I just wake up in the morning and I yell a lot, even though it's way too early. It's fun though. Wake up, wake up, wake up! That's right. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I am John Greaves III. I'm the co-founder of Garage Gym Life. Thank you for getting up way too early with Garage Gym Life. On this show, we talk about fitness-related content from a home gym perspective, and we have a lot of fun along the way. So if you are just now getting here, first thing I need you to do is immediately hit that like button. All right. So far, I can see that I've got 2 of you guys watching. That number is going to grow, and as the number of the viewers go, I expect the number of likes to go up with it because you're gonna like it. All right. So if you like it, show YouTube that you like it so you see more content like this. Although I guess that's not fair because there's not really another show that's quite like this. There are 2 other that I'm aware of live fitness or live fitness shows, but neither is quite like this one. And I encourage you to check out both of the other ones too. But nevertheless, you want YouTube to start showing you content that you enjoy. So you need to educate the algorithm by clicking like on the stuff that you like. I don't care if you're watching in your home gym and you got it up on the TV while you work out. Take a second, take the remote, click that little up button. You'll see the option to click the like, and then go back to your workout. All right. I appreciate that because that is how the channel and the show grows. All right, now let's go ahead and tell you what's on today's show. So, first hour, we have news and other things. And yes, that includes a brand new recliner of rage. I will tell you guys why I am mad once again this week. It seems like, I don't plan these out. I really do not plan out recliner of rage. And I think that part of the reason why it's become the most popular segment of the show is because these are actual things that are happening to me. I don't plan them. I'm always like, well, you know what? This week we probably won't have anything. But guess what? Every week something happens. And I'm just like, once again, like Ice Cube, once again it's on. So anyway, in the second hour, Holly and Callum from Flow Motion Fitness are going to be stopping by to talk about training out of a van while they're traveling all over Europe and running a successful mobility coaching business and growing 2, not 1, but 2 successful Instagram accounts in the process. Then in the third hour, we're going to go to React Respond. We're going to look at stuff on the internet together and respond to it. It's pretty self-explanatory. That's a really fun segment. And then in the final hour, which is going to be 9 a.m., my guy, Matt Rosenman from Cheat Day Designs on Instagram, cheatdaydesigns.com, as well as the Matt Rosenman YouTube channel is going to stop by. We're going to be talking about gym equipment, making content for YouTube, and how he deals with the YouTube trolls. So now that you know what's going on today, go ahead. Once again, like I said, please smash that like button for me. Hit subscribe if you haven't done so. And let's say hello to everybody who is in the live chat. Let's see here. First of all, let's see. My guy Carlos said he's shouting out to my brother. Says, Uncle Boo, what it do? Wake up, wake up. What's up, man? Jared Martin's here with his coffee. He says, good morning, Jared. My guy Eric Eccles, what's up? Says, good morning, gentlemen. We got Dr. Michael Brantley. He's in his home gym. I know he is. Said, what up? Let's see. Eric says, is it a van down by the river? I think I have seen their van in their clips on social media. Once I've seen it by a river. So I don't know if they can legitimately sing the song, but hey, they got a van. Why not? I mean, I'd sing it. I play the song. They might be even they might legitimately be able to play Change Is Gonna Come if they ever do find themselves down by the river. So there you go. All right. Carlos said the like button has been smashed and the link has been shared all over the interwebs. Man, Carlos, that is why you and I get along, because I like the way to quote my man from Four Brothers. I like the way you do business. Anyway, I haven't had a chance to do so. A lot of you guys, by the way, a lot of you guys extended condolences to me for the loss of our dog. and I appreciate that. For us, like, if a lot of people in home gyms, their dog is or their cat is part of the family, and so that's how she was for us. So I really do appreciate it. It's kind of been a little bit of a rough week for us, but you know what? Hey, I say we continue on, and I like to tell people I'm built the way I am so God can give the easy jobs to somebody else. He give me the hard jobs and give the easy jobs to somebody else. So I got my Carps Gym t-shirt on. I'm here with you guys. I feel unstoppable. Let's get it. All right, let's go ahead and dive right into news and other things. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Okay, so the first news item I have is and all of this stuff in news and other things today is going to be coming out of emails that I received over the week. So I didn't actually get a chance to go check out PR Newswire. Like I just said, it's been a kind of a crazy week, especially towards the end of the week when I do the bulk of my show prep. So that doesn't mean I don't have news for you. We're going to dive right into the first item. First item is Abmat is offering 15% off of all of their mobility and recovery products. So let's go ahead and let's screen share that right now. First screen share of the day. First screen share of the day. All right. I know how much you guys like it. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Share screen. And boom. There we go. All right. So there you go. As promised, first screen share of the day. All right. Yes, please stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Yes. We're going to be sharing a lot of screens today. You might as well calm down. Calm on down. Calm on down. We're going to be sharing a lot of screens today. All right. So the first thing is, as you guys can see, this is from my email inbox. First thing you guys might see is that it says, I don't know if you can read that, but it says that Patrick Mahomes was using the Forge tempering roller, which is the device that you see in the bottom of the screen right there. So he was actually using that during the TV, the TV show. I guess it's technically TV, but the Netflix show Quarterback. So that's the Forge tempering roller right there. And I like the concept of the Forge roller. I'll say that, right? I did see the show Quarterbacks, but I completely missed, or maybe that was a couple years ago. So I might have seen it and noticed it, and then it just kind of, now I don't remember. But given that Patrick Mahomes is once again in the Super Bowl, this is a perfect time for Abmat to kind of do a victory lap and say, hey, our product is in the show Netflix Quarterbacks. And so one of the guys playing in the Super Bowl is using our product. And I don't blame him for that at all. So the reason why I like the Forge roller, and let's go ahead and let's just go there. All right. So this is the recovery collection of stuff, right? Let's look at the Forge roller. And what I like about it, all right. So first of all, I thought he was putting that thing in her ear, and I was like, I've never had that done to me, and I still won't. All right, but no, he's working on a knot on her back. All right. The thing about the Forge roller, you really can't tell from any of the images because you still have it's still doing partner work. But the thing that's cool about the Forge roller is it allows you to do body tempering by yourself. All right. And if you've never done body tempering, I suggest you give it a shot. So I had Spud Bartley, the guy from Spud Inc. Mark Spud Bartley, he did body tempering on me last time I was over at his place, and I was just like, man, I felt like new money. It really just forces your body to relax. It might pop your back. It just feels great. The problem is that most body tempering, the tempering rollers, you have to have a partner because they have to put it on your back, right? So with the hey, shout out to my guy Kevin from Japan. What's up, man? Thanks for staying up way too late with us. What's up, man? So anyway, so with the body tempering roller, the Forge roller, you can put like say 45-pound plate on it, and you put a 45-pound plate on it, or two 45-pound plates, right? Because it's loadable. So you put 45-pound plates on each side, and hang on a second. I missed the freaking. There we go. Yeah. All right. So you can put 45-pound plates on it. You see these parts right there. That's where it's a loadable sleeve. And the big problem with trying to use this thing is not a problem to do body tempering for yourself, like on your quads or or even your arm or your shoulder, right? You just kind of maneuver. But if you want to put it where I love it the most is when you put it on your back. The problem is, and you'll be able to see like right here, uh right there, it's very difficult to get the roller up over your butt. Okay, so what he's doing is he's moving the roller around on her body. But with this forged tempering roller, what you can actually do is put weight on it and slide yourself up underneath the roller to where it actually is resting on you. And so you can kind of like whatever diameter of plate you need to put on there to allow you to do body tempering on yourself is it makes it completely worthwhile. Now you'd have to do it on the floor. At least I don't think you'd be able to do it on one of these body tempering mats. But that's why I like the forge roller, because it's plate loadable. You can actually put up to 230 pounds on it. So not only can you get it high enough off the ground so that it'll go over your behind, so you can roll it up your body behind you, or you can actually go under it the other way. So you can, obviously all right. So for anybody who doesn't know, the reason why 45-pound plates are the diameter they are is because when they first came out, lifters were doing most of their lifting on the floor. They weren't the bench for bench pressing hadn't been invented yet. So they're that diameter, so you could do movements, so you can get under the barbell without hitting your face, right? So you can use that same principle, slide under the tempering roller face down from like you put it up above your head and you slide under it, and now it's on your back. Like I said, you can load it up to 230 pounds, and when you get done, you just basically kind of roll out from underneath it. It's not a big deal. So I really like that. And this is not a sponsored thing at all. I'm just letting you guys know that this is an option. So if you do decide to do this, what you're going to do is use code. They said use code SUPER15 if you want to take advantage of this deal. And I would assume that it's available until the Super Bowl, maybe after the Super Bowl. I don't know how long how long it's going to last. But so it says basically okay, so it says now through Super Bowl Sunday, you can score 15% off of all mobility and recovery products on the Abmat website. So they got other stuff. They got the Donnie Thompson tempering table. They've got a body tempering cart if you happen to have a bunch of body tempering products already and you need somewhere to store it. But nevertheless, I'll put the link to get to check out the mobility products from Abmat. Those links are in the description for this video. So whether you're watching now or you're watching on replay, and shout out to everybody in the replay gang. If you're watching on replay, just go to the video description and you'll be able to see all of that stuff. All right. Let's see. Let's take a minute here, see what you guys got to say about that. Let's see. Okay. Oh, so I see somebody saying 619 is in the house. That means Jay must be in here somewhere. All right, boom. What's up, Jay? All right, so Jay's using emojis that StreamYard can't translate, but hey, that's all right. I'm glad you're here, my man. What's up, man? Waking up way too early because it's like 3 a.m. where he is on the West Coast. Let's see. And Kevin says, I love the topic tonight. It'd be interesting in comparing diet myths over here in the States versus the diet myths they have where he is in Japan. Oh, yeah. So, man, you have to stay up really late. I mean, it's a Friday, so it's not like you got to work tomorrow. So, yeah, you must be staying up really late. But Matt's going to be coming on in about 3 hours to talk about that. And we'll go ahead and if you guys got any questions about the mobility stuff or for any of my guests, start getting your questions together. And when they come on, you can go ahead and start throwing them out there. All right. Then let's see. Let's scroll on down. Let's see here. Kevin's actually driving home. Look at that. 8 p.m. on that grind, man. Joyce Vaudrey's in the house. Said good morning from freezing cold Connecticut. Yeah, I'm sad at y'all's situation. I actually was supposed to go see one of my sons. It's his birthday coming up, and he's up there in the Northeast, and we couldn't go because it's supposed to be snow, and I can't get trapped up there. I got to be able to get back down here because I got stuff going on next week. So yeah, that's pretty rough. Hey, best of luck to y'all. Best of luck to you, Eric. You'll be fine. You got the icebox gym. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Eric's a savage. All right, let's move on to the next thing. So Giant Lifting, next news item, Giant Lifting announced this week that you can now use HSA FSA funds to buy products from their website. So why should you care? Well, I'll tell you that, first of all, I think I don't have anything. If anybody has actual data on this or information on this, please feel free to put it in the chat, because this is all just speculation from me. Okay. But I think that this trend of being able to use your HSA FSA funds to purchase gym equipment is a byproduct of the COVID-19 lockdown. Because during the earliest days of a lockdown, it was a complete lockdown, right? So there was nothing was on the road. Nobody was supposed to be on the road unless it was a truck delivering medical supplies, right? So they said that you could be on the road and you had to have I remember, because I had one because of what I do in my day job / night job, my full-time job, let's put it like that. So I had a letter that I could show just in case state troopers pulled me over to ask me why I was violating the lockdown, right? And so if you had a truck, you'd have to do the same thing, right? You'd have to have this thing saying, hey, I'm shipping medical supplies. Well, that meant gym equipment could get shipped out until certain home gym equipment companies were able to label their products as medical use. Because you got to think about it, some of your stuff is used in physical therapy, or whatever. Let's say somebody's got, this is kind of a stretch, but let's say you've got, you're supposed to lose weight, and the doctor says, hey, you got to lose weight. They write you a prescription, say, hey, diet and exercise. Well, you can't exercise. Well, I guess you could, but it's easier to exercise if you've got stuff to exercise with. So they were able to label the products as medical use, and they got around the shipping restrictions. So if you're labeling your stuff as medical use anyway, then why wouldn't you be able to use funds from a health savings account, that pre-tax money, right? So, but it's taken time for that to happen. Now, I've taken advantage of this myself. So whenever I show you guys like the Hyperice products that I use, the Normatec products, I buy those things with my health savings account money. Okay. So that's pre-tax dollars that we set aside. And when we get to the end of the year, we've got extra money left over. You don't get that money back. So what I do is I use that money to purchase stuff like recovery products from Hyperice, Normatec, and no particular reason other than I know that Hyperice products are HSA compatible, right? Another company that does this is Exponent Edge. I've got their Flex Wedge downstairs in the gym. Now Jay Benoit, who runs Exponent Edge, gave me the Flex Wedge, so in exchange for a review. But if I were to purchase it, I would have purchased it with health savings account funds, because again, it's pre-tax. So you keep saying, like even Joyce mentioned it. Let's see here. So Joyce mentions this HSA funds are pre-tax monies. Exactly. So think about it. If it's pre-tax, that means you're not paying tax when you are making the purchase, if that makes sense. So as they point out in their email that I got, let me go ahead and share the screen. Second screen share of the day. I know y'all excited. Try not to lose control of yourselves. All right, so here we go. So you can use HSA funds to purchase gym equipment, right? They partnered with Giant Lifting is partnered with TrueMed, and starting what day did they send me this thing? I got it 2 days ago, so February 5th. You were able to use pre-tax funds to purchase, right? So why you should care is that represents savings, right? So if something costs $100 and you were to pay for it, they've got a little graphic here. If something costs $100 and you were to pay for it through your just with your normal paycheck, $30 of that is going to be taxed, right? off of $100, $30 roughly will be taxed. So that means you've got $70 you actually have available to spend on a thing, right? Well, with HSA, there's no tax. So you can buy $100 item and you don't have to worry about having to pay tax on it, right? So to me, it's a very good deal. And let's see, I think you can go to, and all you got to do is, you add the items here. They said that TrueMed made the process easy. Just follow the steps. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll go over here. This is the Giant Lifting. They've got an HSA FSA info center, and it basically says you qualify to save an average of 30% by paying with your HSA FSA funds, like we just said, right? It's got all the information on there. It's got the little graphic. Maybe you guys might be able to see the graphic a little bit easier, but it basically just says what I already said. And then because they partner with TrueMed, it basically makes it really, really easy. Now, I will say, if you pay with the HSA card, there's no other work you need to do, and but what'll happen if you use your card is your health savings account manager will probably ask you for documentation, like to verify that this thing you bought with those funds qualifies to use pre-tax dollars from your HSA fund. Well, TrueMed says they will send you that paperwork so you can submit it, and then you can do it. Now, if you don't want to go that route, if you just want to pay for it and submit for reimbursement, they'll send you the paperwork for that too. But I just think it's a really good way to take advantage of it, so that you don't get so that you don't end up paying more money than you absolutely have to. Joyce has a correction. She said you don't lose HSA, but you do lose FSA. Yeah, if you got a flexible savings account. All right. So let's see. Oh, everybody's excited about pre-tax dollars. Let's see what the chat is hot right now. Let's go. All right. So Joyce. Swing by if I'm up there. So I don't know where you guys live. I think you live in Boston. My son is, well, most of my family. I grew up in Maryland, hence why I'm a fan of Washington, right? I was a Skins fan since 1982, 1981. And so that's where my son is. He's up there in the DMV. All right, but I appreciate it. If I'm ever in Boston, I promise you guys are on the list. All right, so now let's go down. Carp said he had the same letter. Said Carp's gym is essential. Of course it is, man. That's why I got the shirt on. Look at me. You think this is a game? Got the shirt on. I'm ready. I wear the shirt and show my letter if I had to. All right. And Joyce said weight management and gym fees were often covered under preventative care. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Is like, and you actually, even now, some insurance plans will give you incentives if you do any kind of, like, you start an exercise routine or something like that. Well, if you do that, you got to have some, I mean, I guess you could do calisthenics, but I'm just saying it's very easy to say, okay, I'm doing this because my doctor said I need to manage my weights. I got to do preventive care, whatever. My guy, No Fade, is in the building. What's up, Jonathan? Said medical use, hint, hint. Hey, I got nothing to do with plants that get burned. I got nothing to do with any of that. So Eric says he doesn't have an HSA. He said next year I'll do an FSA, and you have to use that in a year, so I'll have to buy stuff. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, if you stay pretty healthy, you end up not using all the money, and it's a lose. I've had an FSA for a long time, and it's a losing game to try to figure out like exactly how much you're going to use. You inevitably not put enough in there, or you put too much. So if I ever have extra, I just use it on some sort of exercise thing, because I mean, ultimately, I'm not lying. It actually is preventative care. It actually is being used to keep me healthy. So I don't feel guilty about it at all. And I will also say that if you go on Amazon, they have an entire, I'm not going to do it right now, but if you go on Amazon, they have an entire section on Amazon of HSA compliant products that you can purchase. So you don't have to go hunting. And then there's another thing you can do. It's called the HSA store. And it's got a bunch of stuff on there as well. So yeah, said Bliss is ignorant. I never heard of this tax-free tax money. Hey, that's what we're here for, man. We're here to educate America's youth and you. the Doug would. So Doug actually was in 86, 87. In 82, heck, Doug might have been in. He was either in college or he was in the USFL maybe. But he definitely wasn't with Washington yet. That year, when we played the Dolphins in the Super Bowl and gave him a savage whipping, and Joe Theismann was our quarterback in 82. Then when we went back to the Super Bowl and played the Raiders, he was a quarterback still in 83. He was a quarterback again. Or at the end of the 83 season, which would have been technically 84. Joe Theismann was still the quarterback. In fact, he was our quarterback till Lawrence Taylor broke his leg. But I digress. All right. Can supplements be classified as such? I'm not sure about that. Some supplements, yes, definitely vitamins, but something like pre-workout, I don't necessarily know. I don't think so. I don't think so because it's got, it's funny because caffeine has cognitive function. It's got, and creatine actually has been shown in studies to do things to I don't want to say it improves, but it helps you retain cognitive function longer in life, so it preserves it. So to me, it should be, but I don't think so. I've never been able to buy it, and I've tried. I promise you, I've tried. I've never been able to use pre-tax dollars to buy pre-workout. All right. And yes, your HSA accounts are usually paired with high deductible health insurance. So I did not do that. I did not pair with high deductible because when we first got it, we got it because we had, we had 5 kids. At the time, we had 4 boys, and those dudes were getting hurt all the time. They played sports, and they were just boys, man. They climbed in trees, doing all kinds of stuff, getting hurt all the time. And then they got older, discovered skateboarding. They had rip sticks, if y'all remember those, man. It was just chaos. So we got, and then I was constantly going to the chiropractor because I was competing in powerlifting. So I was paying. Sometimes chiropractors don't build insurance, but they will take, you can pay for it with HSA, FSA funds. So we just went ahead. We always just maxed out the amount of money we could put in there every year. All right. Anyway, but yeah, so Jay, if your wife handles it, just talk to her, and then the two of you guys can go on. Like I said, go to Amazon, look up HSA, and just go to Amazon, and in the search box, put HSA, or go to HSA.com. I think it's HSA.com, and use, HSAshop.com. You know what? Let's just find out. Let's find out. HSA shop. Okay, that's what it is. It's HSA store online. So here, I'll show you guys what it looks like. I'll do this. I actually hadn't planned on doing this. Y'all got me off on a tangent. So you go to so this is hsastore.com. Again, not sponsored, but you go here, and this is basically a whole bunch of stuff that you could get. So this glasses, weight loss. So let's see if under weight loss, pre-workout is, well, she looks happy. Let's see if under weight loss, they've got any products. So these are providers, weight loss medication. Okay. Let's see here. And they guarantee that everything that you buy is eligible. Let's go on the eligibility list. Let's see what's going on there. All right, so there you go. So you got like a whole bunch of different kinds of products. Let's go to surprisingly eligible. I just want to know. All right, so those Aura rings, they monitor your health. I ain't getting one, but it's basically like an Apple Watch, but you wear it on your ring finger. Those are HSA compliant. Let's see, acne treatment patches. A nice little Spectra light. I think that's gonna give you one of those red light things. You put it on. That Whoop, the wearable health activity tracker, that's eligible. Looking weight scales. This thing here to ease migraines. Yeah. Heat pad, calming heat pads, whole bunch of stuff. So anyway, palm hand therapy. Okay, I think this is a good time to stop. Let's just stop there. This is about to get wild. All right. Anyway, so like I said, just go and just explore Jay, and then you'll be able to find stuff that's HSA compliant. All right, let's move on. So anyway, like I said, if you are able to do it, take advantage of it. Moving on. All right, so the HFA show is another week closer. This Health Fitness Association Show 2025. This used to be called URSA. I think it was the International Health and Racket and Sports Club Association, which was a name. I'm not a fan of any names that you have to stop halfway and rest before saying, so I'm really glad they shortened it. And I'm super excited about this show because it's really like, the more I look at this, the more intriguing it becomes. Like, and in some ways, I actually like the concept of this show more than I like something like the Arnold Sports Festival. Now, it doesn't replace HomeGymCon. Let's slow down the race car. Don't, relax, okay? It doesn't replace HomeGymCon in my heart. But I think that they serve, for me, they serve different purposes, right? So I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago when I first mentioned the HFA show. This is more geared towards fitness in general, whereas HomeGymCon is geared towards home gym fitness, okay? Home workout and everything that is connected to that, right? Well, the HFA conference and trade show is just fitness in general. Might happen to be at your house, might be at a public gym, whatever, right? So you got to be able to kind of like weed through the stuff to say, okay, well, this applies to me, this doesn't. But I think that what is cool about it is number one, let's say you are a personal trainer who happens to train people from your home gym. All right, well, you normally have continuing education requirements. I know when I was certified, when I had my CSCS through the National Strength and Conditioning Association, we had continuing education that we had to do every year. And so this conference is a source of continuing education credits. And in fact, so the NSCA is one of the organizations that recognizes this stuff. So basically you go there, you attend like lectures and stuff, and they got different speakers. The one that you probably recognize the most is Alex Rodriguez, the former pro baseball player. I'm pretty sure, I don't follow baseball at all, but I'm pretty sure he's in the Hall of Fame, Baseball Hall of Fame. But anyway, so he is one of the speakers, and then they also have inspirational speakers. And to be honest with you, it doesn't matter where you train. Sometimes you go there, you hear people's stories, and it inspires you, gets you motivated, right? So that's one advantage. And then of course the trade show. So the thing I like about the trade show is that you see this happy person gets to try stuff out. They have there's a demo area, so you can go there, you can try a bunch of stuff that you normally would only be able to try if you went to certain public gyms. Some of the stuff is actually like in hotels, but this is like the most convenient place to try it. And if you look at the floor map, so this is what HFA looks like. Okay. So like I said, it's huge. There's stuff everywhere. And a lot of it is because they don't have just equipment companies. They also have stuff that's specifically for a gym. So like, I think one of the things that I saw was like you need insurance for your gym or something like that. Those companies they're going to be exhibiting. They're going to have booths there. My wife and I were talking about it. They have like a thing for like those wipes to wipe down the benches after somebody uses it or whatever. I mean, you may want that for your home gym, but because I got a cleaning product downstairs that I use, but you don't, obviously it's not as big a need when you're the only one using your gym, or maybe you and your wife. So anyway, to me, it's something that I hope gains a little bit more prominence in the home gym community. I know that a lot of us tend to be very introverted. We like to just stay in the cave at the house, but I think it's really a good idea to just go check out and just see what's going on over there, right? Carp said, yeah, I believe this is where Kayvon found his manual step mill thing. Said now it's a branded Bells of Steel product. Exactly. So, and you can talk to the vendors. You can go there and you say, hey man, what do you guys have? What is it? Do you have this for home gyms? And let's say they've got stuff there. It's all commercial, right? You can say, hey, do you guys have a version of this for home gyms? And sometimes they're even willing to, number one, they might be willing to sell it to you, even if it's a commercial product. I mean, I'm sure they'll take your money. But then also, what I like about it is, let's say I try something that's a commercial product. Then I get home, go on Facebook Marketplace or something, and I see that a used version of this is available, or I see that a gym is upgrading their stuff and they're selling their equipment because they're upgrading or going out of business. Now I'm familiar with the commercial products and I can take it. I'll tell you another thing. You guys are familiar with my guy Ashton from Freedom Fitness Equipment. He goes to this show, and so he is because he has to stay familiar with commercial products, because he gets used commercial products in his inventory all the time, and he has to know whether something is durable enough for him to be able to sell it to somebody and not have to worry about any repercussions or the thing breaking down, right? So yeah, I think HFA is a great show to check out. Eric said A-Rod will never be a Hall of Famer. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I told you I don't know anything about baseball, and to show you how little I number one, I used to hate baseball. I've gone past hate into complete ambivalence. So, okay. I'm like, all right, cool. All right. But anyway, he's speaking. Michael said, is HFA for fitness industry professionals or consumers? Anybody can go. So if you are a fitness industry professional, then I definitely encourage you to become a member of the Health Fitness Association. First of all, it'll be cheaper to attend shows like this, conferences like this, if you're a member. But you can register to go as a non-member. And I'll also say, for you specifically in your position, there are companies from overseas that are there that may be willing to partner with you to produce your product and help get it to market. Let's see here. All right. Jared says, he said he believed, John News and other things, I believe that Matt Porter sold out of his first run on the Eclipse grip handles. Yeah, man, I saw that. I know Basement Brandon posted that he had one, and that probably gave him a bump. But yeah, man, I'm happy for him, dude. I hope he makes more and sells out of those too. So let's see here. All right. Jay said Vegas is close enough for us to attend HomeGymCon, take notes. So Jay, you my guy. I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm trying to think about how to say this in a way that makes sense. Louisville, Kentucky, like nobody's asking you to drive there, right? So you want to fly. So, I mean, also, if you would like to drive to Louisville, Kentucky, shout out to you. Go ahead. I mean, that's how I'm getting there, but I live a lot closer than you do. So I would say, at the same time, I wouldn't drive to Vegas either if I lived where you live. So you're flying anyway. And the point of it's hard to explain to somebody, and you guys who've been to HomeGymCon, man, you can speak to this too, but it's hard to explain if somebody hasn't been there. But all I can tell you is it's worth the trip, because it's about, and so if you go there, like when I go, to me, it's a work trip, right? So I don't do as much socializing and hanging out with people as other people do. But I still get a lot out of the connecting with people, seeing people that I haven't seen since the last HomeGymCon, right? It's like a reunion with friends who actually get you. So look at the people that you like hanging out with in the live chat on this show. Imagine if all y'all were in the same place and you got to hang out and talk and train and whatever, right? For 2 days straight. Plus, you get to look at equipment. And I already told you, man, you know, like the value of it is you get to try the equipment out. And the difference between that and HFA is primarily commercial. They got some home gym stuff there. HomeGymCon is primarily home gym equipment companies, some of them the smaller companies that aren't going to be at a place like Vegas. So you got to think about if you put HomeGymCon in Vegas, the price goes up immediately. Okay? Immediately. And the cost to some of the smaller companies that go to HomeGymCon now also goes up because they have to somehow get their stuff there. So you're going to miss out on a lot of these smaller brands that you can only discover at HomeGymCon just by moving it to Vegas. I get it. Everybody wants HomeGymCon to be closer to them, but if it gets closer to you, it gets further away from somebody else. And I'd rather have it in a location that's easy for a small company like Waited Out to be able to get to, or JD Gym Equip to be able to get to, so I can see what they're doing and support them, than I do about going to Vegas. And like I said, it's two different things. I mean, now grant you, I've been to Vegas a bunch of times for different things. And so the thrill of Vegas is gone for me. But yeah, that's just what I think. No shade to you, but that's the best I can explain it. No, Jay did not break my brain, but I am trying to explain something that's difficult to explain if you haven't been to HomeGymCon, and explain it in a way that doesn't sound like I'm dissing Jay, because I'm not trying to do that. All right. And Carb said, believe it or not, it'll be more fun in Louisville than it would be in Vegas. Yes, 100%. 100%. Oh boy. I just got warned about PDA from Jared Martin. Said, John, you're getting the biggest hug from me when I see you. Brace yourself. Very well. And if your kids are with you, I got to buy them slushies because I promised. Oh, okay. So Carp said, I understood what you're saying, but yeah. So Carp said, believe it or not, it'll be more fun in Louisville than I think it would be in Vegas, honestly, because you're going to get that smaller feel with more community. Here's the other thing too, man. If you have a show in Vegas, you're not going to have as many people to go to Carp's point. You're not going to have as many people actually hanging out with each other. They're going to want to go do other things. So I told you I've been to Vegas multiple times. When I was in the Marine Corps, we were shooting artillery, shooting cannons at 29 Palms, a part of a combined arms exercise. They gave us liberty. We went to Vegas, right? That was really cool. Hung out, got a mask made during the Fremont Street experience. It's pretty cool. I don't gamble, so I went and did other stuff, right? So Fremont Street experience was awesome. That's actually what I enjoyed the most. They got the zip line going on. That was pretty cool. All right. The next time I went there, I was there because I was working somebody's corner. He was fighting K1 and went there. And so we stayed. So that experience is completely different because we're there for a fight. So it's a little bit of tension, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't mean tension like, well, yeah, there's a little nerves, but it's also the whole everybody you see got their chest out because, everybody there is a fighter. You know what I mean? And like there's respect, but it's also like, it's not just I'll say this, there's not as much when you're around a bunch of fighters, there's not as much loose talk as you have around people who just don't fight, right? There is trash talking, but it's different when you know that anything you say, the dude might be like, all right, well, let's get in the ring then. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's just different. So the relax, and then also you couldn't just be hanging out because you had to be on top of your game. Like I said, I'm working somebody's corner. To be on top of the game to be at my best to help him. And then my wife and I went there. My brother actually competed at Master Strongman competition in Vegas through Strongman Corp. And we were there and we did a kind of like a mini documentary on him. So we were there for that. So he was competing, but after each day's competition was done, Naomi and I were like, we freelancing. So we went out. She got a tattoo in Vegas. We went out. We ate, what do you call that stuff? White Castle. I ate White Castle for the first time in Vegas because they had one there. We went axe throwing. So yeah, it was really cool. But all the things I'm saying are things that would take you away from HomeGymCon. At HomeGymCon, you're going to hang out. There's stuff to do, but you're going to spend a lot of time hanging out with each other. And so it brings the community together, whereas a place like Vegas could kind of like give you incentives to kind of like just go out, do your own thing, which I think isn't a good thing when you have a community of people who tend to be introverted anyway. Ashley, what's up, 332? She said HomeGymCon is 1,000% worth the trip. Yeah. And Carb said, I promise you walk in that showroom with 120 vendors, you're gonna feel like you're in Vegas. Yeah. So Michael Brandon said he's going to 29 Palms. Dude, 29 Palms sucks. I don't even like this the way the sand feels. I don't like anything about 29 Palms. I looked at the people who live there. I said, you are savage. You a savage. Anyway. All right. So hey, take a second here. There are about 900 of you guys watching right now. Do me a favor, just take a second and hit the like button for me, okay? Even if you don't want to subscribe, at least hit the like button. Now, I would love it if you would subscribe, help me reach my goal of 50,000 subscribers, but hit the like button. If you're watching the video, you like this stuff, hit the like button. It costs you absolutely nothing. It trips me out when I watch live streams from different, no matter what the topic is. I watch a live stream, a Star Wars live stream. I watch NFL content creator talk show type live streams, and you see like thousands of people watching the stream, and a fraction of them click the like button. I don't know why that is, but please hit the like button. Just do it, okay? All right, you got me begging you here. Don't make me beg in front of. Don't, to quote Terrence Howard, don't make me beg you in front of all these people, man. All right. Time for recliner rage. Let's jump into that recliner rage right now. Y'all's favorite segment. Want to do it? All right, let's go. It's the recliner of rage.
It's the recliner of rage, 'cause he's not happy.
All right. I'm not happy. I'm legitimately not happy. First of all, y'all know, those of you who follow me on Instagram already know it was a frustrating week for me. Okay. The beginning of the week, we had concern. And then towards the end of the week, we got bad news. In the middle of all that, we have, the time doesn't stop. So we're trying to do a product review, right? So we did the unboxing. Everything was going great. We're like, man, this is cool. Did the unboxing. We always like seeing new stuff. And then we started trying to use the products. And I can't tell you the name of the product because at the rate it's going, the review might not even come out. And I don't want to, but I don't think it's necessarily the fault of the product or even necessarily the company for this situation. Well, it ain't the fault of the whole company, let's say it like that. But because of what's going on, the review might not even come out. And I don't want you guys to look negatively at the product when you finally do see the review. If God willing, it does come out. If we're able to get this resolved and it does come out. But it's frustrating. All right. So number one, there's two problems. Number one, there's an app associated with this product and it won't connect to my wife's phone. Now, it won't. So I'm telling you, it won't. She's got her phone. She's got the app on her phone. She's trying to connect the app to the product. They won't connect. Now, what do you normally do when it won't connect? You look at the instructions, see what you're doing wrong. Well, guess what? The on-screen instructions and the manual that came with the product are all in Chinese. They're all in Chinese. Now, you may be listening to the audio-only version of this on Podbean, so I'm just going to go ahead and say this. But for those of you watching here on YouTube, whether you're watching live or by replay, do I look Chinese? Do I look Chinese? Okay. I'm not, because if I do, I'm not. My wife is also not Chinese. Now, I did learn a couple of words of Chinese when I was in high school. So I know how to say, how you doing? I know how to say good morning, and I know how to say what's your name and how to say my name. So I know how to say what's your name and how to say my name is, and then say my name. So actually, it just occurred to me, you know, in the Slim Shady, my name is. I know how to say that in Chinese. Nah, you ain't gonna make me smile. I'm mad. Let's go back to mad. So the thing is in Chinese. The instructions for how to fix the problem are in Chinese. Now, you say to yourself, me? Why is that a big deal? Just switch to English. How would I do that? The instructions for how to do that are in Chinese. And the most frustrating part about this is I don't know who to be mad at. Because the person who arranged for the shipment to come to me didn't realize that it was all in Chinese. When I reached out, they're like, really? Why'd that happen? I'm like, what are you asking me for? I don't work over there. You do. Go find out. Ask somebody. And I say to myself, who was involved in the shipping process, saw the address, and decided to send us a product that is 100% in Chinese? Do you see what I'm trying to say? It's not the fault of the person who arranged this whole thing. So I can't get mad at them. You know how frustrating it is to be mad but not know who to be mad at? It kind of like dilutes your rage because you don't have a target. I need a target for my rage. So I'm looking at the thing. I'm like, all right, let's figure this joint out. All right. Who could? It ain't the fault of the. So I reached out to the person and said, hey, look, this is the problem, blah, blah, blah. They're like, really? Why is it in Chinese? Again, I just told you. I said, what are you asking me that for? So now they're going to go dig into the whole thing. I have a theory. Carlos, I think Fernando got a job with this company because he's the only person I can think of who would send a product to an American address filled with American people in Chinese. It's hot. It's hot. Carlos, I know you didn't just put some Chinese writing in the chat. So I'm gonna tell you this. Hey, over here, we solutionists, right? We Americans, not Americans. So what Naomi is doing, not as we speak, because she ain't doing it right now, but she was up late last night with everything else going on. She's like, we got to figure this out. She's got her phone. She's got her iPhone. And, if you hover your iPhone over something that's in a different language, it will translate it for you. I didn't know that. She told me that. That's why she's the fitness tech person. But she showed me that, right? So now she's got her phone scrolling over it like a dang magnifying glass, reading little step by step, going like that, just scanning across with her phone. Scanning across with her phone like this. Trying to read this thing, trying to figure out. Now, here's the other problem. She's reading it on her phone. Well, guess where the app is? It's also on her phone. So she got to come out of that, go into the app, and try to remember what she just read in Chinese. I'm getting close to throwing something. I really am getting close to throwing something. I think it's time to play the song. It's time to play the song. Okay, calm down. Take a breath. You don't need no high blood pressure, plus you got a whole show to do. So just calm all the way down. That's better. Okay, I've calmed down. Calm down. All right. Michael, you're worthless, all right? He said it. We need side-by-side recliners to rage in. You're worthless. You ain't about nothing. Oh, I come over here to get comfort, and this is what I get. We got Carlos putting Chinese writing in the chat. Comparing me to Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction. Hey, that dude had a right to be mad. And Jay, thank you, Jay. Thank you. Jay feels where I'm coming from. He said Fernando strikes again. He's an international menace. Yeah, that dude gotta go, man. That dude, oh, he gotta go. I gotta calm down, man. I got guests coming on. I can't just be crashed out the whole time. All right. Anyway, I do want to say something that is a positive. It's got nothing to do with that other thing. That's a problem. That's an ongoing problem. But shout out to my guy from Screen Skins. Yeah, Screen Skins. And let me go ahead and I'll pull up. Let me share my screen real quick because I don't want to miss this. I promised I would shout him out. So if you guys see here, this is a screen skin, right? And the way that it works is, well, heck, I can probably just play the thing, right? So you're looking, it's a disappearing logo. It's a screen protector. So somebody who's sitting next to you can't see what's on your phone, right? So I've got one. He sent me one for the Washington Commanders. Sent it to me free of charge. And actually, he sent it to me free of charge. And I offered to shout him out on the show. So it wasn't connected to anything. He kind of just sent it to me to check out, you know. And I really appreciate him for that. So that's how it works. That's the process of how you get it all activated and everything like that. But like I said, you can get it for, so mine is for the NFL, but you can get it. This one, I believe, is it's got a Valentine's themed screen protector. So it's got some, or I guess just romantic or whatever. They've got all kinds of them. There's a Hello Kitty one. You guys can see that. They got different options. So what you want to do is go to my guy on Instagram. I was just showing his profile. Go to him on Instagram, and it is you want to follow him. That's the easiest way to get to the different places to buy it, because you can get it on Amazon. You can get it at screenskins.com. There's a couple other places, but don't put yourself through all that. Just go follow at Screen Skins on Instagram, and then the link that's in his bio will lead you where you need to go in order to be able to get that stuff. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of it, of that product. Michael, I just saw your message on Threads. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, she was the best. All right. All right. So we got some more news stuff, but we can do that during the 8 o'clock hour. First thing I'm going to do is say shout out to the Central Time Zone. Thank you guys for being here. And you guys are if this is your first time watching the show, you are in for a treat. You came on just in time to catch a very entertaining and informative segment with my mobility coaches, Hallie and Colin. They're backstage waiting right now. It looked like Colin has a fresh scrunchie on his man bun, so he is ready to go. I mean, that dude's unstoppable, to be honest with you. But in the meantime, so if this is your first time, like I said, shout out to you, but I don't want you to just watch the show. I need you to do something else. I'll tell you what it is. Hey, I don't want you to just watch this video. I need you to like, subscribe, and if you're already a subscriber, I want you to join our channel for 99 cents a month so you can help us improve YouTube for the home gym community. Okay, back to the video. All right, that's it. So I need you to like, subscribe, and if you're already a subscriber, go ahead and become a member of the channel. You get a chance to check out some of the members-only content that we have available for, obviously, channel members. It's only 99 cents a month. It's like $12 a year or less. To me, it's completely worth it. You also get to see like my wife's vlog. She's getting herself back into triathlon shape. And so you guys get to go on that journey with her. Plus, there's certain videos that we only have for our members that will never be released. And then every single video upload goes to our members first. Usually you get it about 2-3 days before everybody else. So like I said, it's completely worth it. And all the money goes back into the channel to help us continue to make content that you want to not only learn from, but that you'll enjoy watching. All right, that's that. So, Hallie, Colin, you guys ready? Yeah? All right, we got 2 thumbs up, not 1, but 2. You know why? Because there's 2 of them. Everybody show your love for Hallie and Colin right now. Welcome, 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 welcome. Everybody's happy to see you. The crowd's going wild. They see Colin's hair. Calm down, calm down. Good God, they're out of control. You guys probably can't even go to the grocery store. Oh my God. Oh, celebrities. It's amazing. All right. I appreciate you guys being here. Especially, I was gonna say, especially with you staying up late, but it occurred to me that I have no idea where you are. So I don't know what time zone you're in. And every time I talk to you, I say that. I say, I don't know where you are. So I don't know if I'm keeping you up or if this is just your afternoon. I don't honestly know. So
we're in
you?
Spain.
You're in Spain.
Okay. Yeah, it's 1 p.m. So middle of the day for us.
Yeah, but
middle of the day
here at that time. So
yeah, little siesta here at this time.
So you're the only ones awake. Okay, so you still are. So you're still awake when you shouldn't be. All right. Well, I appreciate it. So I think it's hilarious that I said that because this is my second time interviewing you guys, and I think the first time was recorded. And anybody who wants to watch it, I'll have the link for that that interview here. But for people who may not have seen that first interview, just go ahead and give them like a quick give them the elevator speech of who you are and what you do.
Okay, all right. So we are Flow Motion Fitness. I'm Hallie. This is Callum. We basically have been running mobility certification courses for quite some time, and we are mobility and strength training coaches with a bit of an interesting background in that I got into this out of a passion from a car accident, which basically I wasn't getting the right kind of care, and I was being told that I'm not going to get better. So I just had to kind of accept my fate. And I didn't really want to do that. So I started studying and stubbornly experimenting, and eventually realized that there's much more to movement and rehabilitation and mobility than I thought originally. And that's how we got here.
Yeah.
Essentially.
And I got into mobility training in a similar way to Hallie's, not really for an injury, but just through picking up little niggles from training, weightlifting and stuff. So I started looking into how I can improve joint health so I can continue getting strong in the gym, but without all those niggles in my shoulders and in my hips, etc. So yeah, it's been a journey ever since then.
All right. So I mentioned to everybody that that you guys you live in a van life. So you're working out of a van, which right there is interesting. And in fact, I feel like this show is giving the people what they want, because whenever I look at you guys' Instagrams, either one of your Instagram, I'll see somebody saying, tell me about that van. Like, how are you guys working out of the van? And I never see you guys answer that question because you're like, well, it's kind of like a pretty involved answer. So today they're going to get those answers for how you guys are training out of a van, right? But that's not, in my mind, that's not why you have such successful Instagram accounts. I think the reason why your Instagram accounts are very successful is because people think that Callum is this guy from Black Sails. So if you ever wanted to know what Callum looked like as a pirate,
who is that?
His name is Zach McGowan, and he's on the show Black Sails. Now you think I'm making this up, Hallie? Look at him.
I will watch this show.
See, look at him. That's your man as a pirate right there, okay? He has that same look on his face the entire time. And in my head, that's the look that Callum has on his face when he's programming something uncomfortable for me to do. So I just want you to know that's the energy I have. That's the energy I have. I think you guys are semi-nomadic.
Yeah, I think maybe that's where the confusion comes from with the van life thing, because actually we've never lived in it yet. We'd like to try a little longer.
But it's got a bed in it, right?
Yeah, it's got everything in it.
Yeah, it's got a bed, a bench. It's got okay. It's got a pull-up bar attached to the hand. Okay,
I mean,
people need to see this.
The thing is, sometimes we have to travel quite far, like a week of driving. So that's where the van becomes really useful, so we can travel and train on the road.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the traveling far thing, that's what led to this particular event right there. That's what led to that.
Oh
yeah, people weren't very happy about that. I mean, that was literally
too dangerous.
Yeah, but that was on a span of road where literally we were going quite slow and there was no cars. And at this point, we had been driving for 7 days straight, and yeah, I must have taken my belt off 20 times already for different reasons. But I think just this moment people didn't like. And I understand why. I don't want anyone doing this.
You know, to me though, and we want to come back to that because, well, not to that specific thing, but you guys, you know what you're talking about. You've got like the proof of your own personal success, but you still get all the amateur, let's call them the amateur physical therapists, the amateur physios on social media who see you doing something and then they immediately have like something to say about whatever the thing is you're doing, right? So I was actually going to do this later, but this is organic. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to do this right now. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to put this up here and we're going to check it out. I just want to see how we react to this here. Because to me, I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh man, it's kind of cool, right? And I wanted to try it. They look at it and they're like, oh, well, let's talk. Let me see. So let me go to the comments, right? What is this guy? Yeah, profile 91950, which is obviously a professional just from his name. So what about that scapular winging you got going on? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, the scapula's meant to be able to do that.
Yeah, like basically with that exercise specifically, obviously my arm is in shoulder internal rotation.
Right.
And then I'm protracting my scapula. So if that's what he means by shoulder winging, then to protract your scapula, they do have to kind of wing forward.
Yeah.
Which is a natural movement of the scapula as long as you can control it. I think people refer to scapular winging generally when that scapula sticks out and it's kind of stuck in that forward.
Or uncontrolled. It can't like help but go out.
Yeah.
So
which is a complete separate issue. And you can't tell whether I do or don't have that by looking at this image, this video. So yeah, I don't really understand that comment.
So I just want you to know that whenever I do research for anybody, especially someone who's a mobility coach, I immediately prepare myself mentally for stuff like this. But I always find it entertaining because I'm like, well, you profile 91950 or whatever. I'm like, what are your credentials, number one, to even question this? But then I also say that you guys are in a kind of a awkward situation because so you just explained it in a very reasonable way. But how can you explain that in like a written comment on Instagram where you're trying to respond? You know what I mean? It's like almost impossible to explain what you just said. It'll be like this long.
Yeah.
And doing it over and nobody's going to read that. No. Instead, they're just going to come on and make their comment. So do you guys just basically, how do you strike the balance between answering, I'll go ahead and say, how do you strike a balance between answering legitimate questions and saying, okay, that guy that's just a troll. We just need to ignore it.
Sometimes when you try to explain something to somebody and they don't acknowledge your point and they continue on another point, and you can see it's no longer it never was a conversation. It's more like a monologue from their side, and they've already decided what they think, and nothing you say is going to change that. Then you're basically just speaking to a wall. So there's no point.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to be showing quite a number of clips from your van because I just love it, right? So there's another one. This is Callum again, right? And so he is, first of all, I need to show another. Let me see if we got another shot. No, that's not going to work. We'll go right back to here. All right, so first of all, the fact is that is attached to a pull-up bar that you guys have mounted on the side of your van. Talk about how that happened.
That was really hard. We've been actually dreaming about this van for years because obviously you've probably been following us long enough that you know that we've been traveling about 6 years now.
Yeah.
We are slow-matic, not nomadic. We're very slow with the moving, and we do try to not move that often, but things just naturally happen. So basically, we've wanted to have some kind of a van where we could train off of it for a while. We've had all these different concepts. And we realized there's, like in America, you guys have so many options of things to buy, like such cool stuff that we don't have here in Europe. So we had to custom make this.
Okay.
So yeah, it was tough. And we had to sort of design it and work with somebody to be able to metalsmith this into creation.
Yeah.
And it was very hard.
How did that conversation go? Hi, I need you to attach a pull-up bar to my van. I can leave the van. I'll leave the van with you so you can work on it. Like, how'd that go?
It was hard.
Because they don't know basic stuff. Like, if it's not someone that trains, like, they don't know what the thickness of the bar should be. I think first time he done it, it was, I a little like he was showing me bar thickness, and it was
yeah,
like,
we were like, it
was
can't
like,
be that thin.
it was like too thin.
Oh
too
yeah, so it's hard to even grab it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's
then
painful actually. Yeah.
he put things in the wrong places, and so we basically had to like work quite closely with somebody to be able to do this. And there's also laws in Europe where technically you shouldn't have something.
It can't come out too far.
Yeah, so we had to really like work with the frame of the van, and it was quite an expensive thing to do. And in hindsight, maybe a little crazy for us to have gone that far, but
it's worth it, right?
It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Like being able to pull up anywhere and like just hang and then do exercises. It suddenly opens up your ability to do so much anywhere.
Yeah.
That was before we finished the van, but we'd already done the medal at the top.
Yeah, you guys did a ton of work on it because I was going back and researching. I said, man, they did a lot to this van, and it gives you some freedoms because it looks to me like what you actually do is, you drive to. It looks like you'll drive to like a park or something, right? Let me get rid of this stuff here. It's like you'll drive to a park or something, and and then you'll take the stuff out you need to work.
Yeah.
To train that day, use it. If the van is going to be part of the workout, fine or whatever. But you take out what you need, work out. So you're outdoors in the park. Then you just pretty much go back home, or you go to the next place you were going, and it gives you the freedom to, as you say, sometimes you have to travel a long distance, and you don't have to not train. So like for me, if I'm driving somewhere, I have to figure out where I'm going to train when I get there.
Yeah.
You guys can say, well, we'll just
stop
right there. Looks good.
What car park are we going to train in?
Yeah.
Right there looks good. Let's do there.
Yeah.
So we got our first. Well, actually, it's our second comment. I see your comment, Michael. I'll pull it up in a second. So he said, Jay said this will be an awesome program for long haul truckers.
Yes.
So I think so. So we had a guy, man. I think his name was Damir Sarsev, and he was following me on Instagram. It's crazy how you people like they followed you for a long time on Instagram and you just like remember them. So Damir had a truck, and he took out from the cab of his truck most of like the stuff that other people had, like the bed and stuff. He took all that out, and he put a bench press bench in there.
Nice.
And when he would get to the truck stop, he would take the bench out, and he had 2 independent dip stands, and he set them up so he do dips, bench press, squats, everything you want off of the equipment he could carry with him in the cab of his truck. Because the trailer isn't necessarily his. The trailer has whatever he's hooked up to. So everything had to fit in the sleeping compartment of his truck. I was like, well, where do you sleep? He said, I sleep on the bench. I was like, oh, how stupid I am. Why I even bring that up? What's wrong with me?
He sleeps on the bench.
He's like, what he looked at me. He was like, I don't even understand your question. I sleep on the bench. I was like, oh, I apologize. Sorry. All right. So Michael says, I found that I must do mobility work before every workout. You get a lot of people who say that. Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us, like, we sit or we do repetitive tasks, so we kind of get cranked up. Unless you're like working out straight first thing in the morning, like if you're working out a little later, even that doesn't help sometimes.
For a lot of people, they just need it to get into the groove of the main lifts. You don't necessarily have to do mobility training at the beginning of your session, but if you're someone who kind of feels a little bit tight getting into a session and your squat doesn't feel comfortable, mobility work can go a long way to just preparing your body.
I think, and this is actually a good place to talk about this, because a lot of people think mobility work is something that it's not. They basically think it's stretching, right?
Yeah.
And the way that you guys do it, and the reason why I said, oh yeah, these are the people that, what's the thing, Jerry Maguire, you complete me. I was like, yeah, they get what I need, right? It's like you guys say, no, mobility work is actually strengthening your body so you can perform in whatever position you need to be in at that time.
Yeah.
So can you sit down and drive your car? Perfect. Can you pick up the dog and, lift him up over a wall and hand him to your partner? Perfect. Can you reach back this way to get this thing? Perfect. You know what I mean? And I think that a lot of our training doesn't do that. Instead, it prepares us to perform in a specific position, and only that position. There's very little carryover. So I feel like the stuff that I get from you guys helps me put me back to normal, but strong.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Is that your philosophy?
For sure. I mean, for me, it was because I was broken. But what I didn't realize is that, okay, I had, the nerve damage and the herniated discs in my back and in my neck. But the thing is, I had so many other things affecting that area that I wasn't aware of, and that my doctors weren't really necessarily looking at all, because it wasn't the injury site per se, but it was affecting my movement. So when I got into mobility training and I learned, well, there's actually a lot of functional movement screens, and there's actually a lot of joint assessments that can help me identify what the problem exactly is. And then I can start working on it systematically, piece by piece. Also having the knowledge that muscle tissue grows much faster than connective tissue, I then knew, okay, well, I'll get some neurological adaptations. So in other words, I'll feel more comfy in the movements, then I'll get stronger in the movements. But then in order for it to really be a permanent change for good, I need to work on this for several years, because that's how long my connective tissue is going to take to catch back up. So having sort of gone through that process, obviously over the years, I'd gathered so many different courses and bits of knowledge that I just wanted to put it in one course, which is why we have the mobility certification that we teach as CPT certified. But it's also how we kind of set our app up. And one of the things is, like, not everyone can afford personalized coaching. Not everyone can afford to do the certification. So what do we do for people that, want to be doing this long term, but they don't necessarily have the time or the money to be investing in all that? So that's why we, like, a non-negotiable for us when we were setting up the app was to have a testing area where people can at least do basic joint tests, even though it's not as good as doing it with a professional. And, you can still reach out to us on the app and we can still arrange that with anyone on there. But the point is, if you don't have that budget available, you do have at least like a basic level of testing that you have, and then you can sort of track your tests as well, because it goes into one place. So you have like the little date on it when you entered that, like your shoulder flexion test and your hip internal rotation test. So over months and months, you can see how that's changing as you're doing the programs.
Right. So I've got the address for your website going across the bottom. I encourage everybody to go ahead and visit flowmotionfitness.co.uk. That's where they can get the app, right? That's not where I got it, but that's where most people can just find it.
It's in the navigation bar. You can see app, and then it will send you straight to.
Cool, because I just got it out of my Apple store. But yeah, I know that it's available for also Androids and things like that. Then, so I gotta point this out. At least once a session, the stuff that you guys make me do. What are you laughing for? Why are you laughing at me? You're supposed to be supportive.
This is me being supportive. I love it.
Okay. That's an excellent question, Kevin. Kevin, I see your question. I'm going to that right next, but first we're going to embarrass me.
Okay.
So, it's like at least once a session, you make me do something that makes me feel completely uncoordinated. All right. And sometimes it's like surprises me, because I'm like, oh, that shouldn't be that hard. So remember the broomstick thing when I was trying to figure out how to get the broom? I was like, and I looked like I was sword fighting with nunchucks with this stick. I looked like I was sword fighting, trying to figure out how to get the stick in position. But then once I figured it out, oh yeah, that's easy. Why am I making this so hard? And I think some of it is just retraining your brain. It's not just retraining your body, but reestablishing the neural connections. But in the process, it's kind of funny. So
it is.
I'm going to pull this up, and then it actually relates to a question I'm going to ask you guys a little bit later as well. But this, I love it because you're challenging me, and I hate you both at the same time. So let's check this out. Now, to me, we look the exact same.
I mean, it's similar.
Not bad.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
Dang right, it's not bad. I'm an athlete. See, it looks the same. Okay, look at it. Oh, that hurts just watching.
Okay, maybe we need to work on that one a little.
Okay, hey, but look, I redeemed myself with this. Look at that hinge. Look at that hinge and back. All right, look at that.
Good. That's good.
And let's just say, barefoot, whatever. I don't see the problem. I don't see the difference.
It's that overhead.
It's that overhead one we need to work on.
That was a little bit tight.
So it's like, but that's kind of like what I think a lot of people are afraid to get in those positions. And so they avoid it because they're like, that's uncomfortable. So they
Yeah.
just avoid it. So, for example, while we're playing around, doing that makes it so I can go into a squat. To be honest with you, I can just drop into a squat anytime without any, like, I don't have to, like, okay, people have to get their mind right to squat, to do a body weight squat. Like, okay, let me brace. Whereas it's like, let me brace. Like, what's wrong with you, right? Let's squat down. But it's because I'm willing to get into the uncomfortable positions. And for some of the guys who are watching right now, so like my guy Jared, he's got some issues with his shoulder that he's working through right now, right? I had a shoulder injury bench pressing. I enjoy the bench press. I've got goals I'm pushing towards. Doing this stuff with you guys has allowed me to bench press. I mean, this isn't a lot, but I know I can bench press 315 just about any day of the week, right? Just, I mean, I'll do like maybe 1 or 2 warm-up sets. I can go straight to and then go to 315. And what's
you think that's not a lot?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the people, so like, but you gotta think about it. Like, I hang around with people who are power lifters, and so for them, like 315 is what somebody in probably the 85s, 85 kilo, they're doing that. You know what I mean? They're like, hey, whatever, 315. What are you talking about? But I'm just saying, like, the point isn't that's not my max. But what you've done is raise the threshold of what I can do without specific preparation. And that's what I mean. Like, it's like you're giving back life. And if I'm in the past, if I'm injured, or even if I'm not injured, I'm just sore, it affects, like, okay, so, well, I can't bench today. I was supposed to bench. I can't bench. I got to wait another week. Let's rest a little bit more. Or, okay, I got to wait till that elbow sleeve comes in so then maybe I can try it. I'm there spending my kids' college fund on liniment. You know what I mean? It's just, that's not happening anymore. Let's jump back to Kevin's question. Kevin's in Japan, by the way. So he's not as far away as you guys, but it's close. So he says, where does mobility tie in with hypertrophy and bodybuilding? And is putting high tension on a muscle at its most lengthened state not enough? All right, before you answer that, I want to say something. And I think that the high tension at the lengthened state is great, but how often do modern people who do bodybuilding movements not actually go full range of motion?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point.
One.
That's
go ahead.
Point one for sure, because first of all, it's very, very rare to achieve that. Second of all, there's a lot of ranges that are never actually hit. So, for example, your max hip internal rotation, your max hip shoulder internal rotation. There's so many joint functions that are never really addressed. They just get missed, and over time, they can become a problem, especially if you require them to do a lift. So
yeah, traditional like strength training, it misses a lot of joint functions. It's very like, it can be used to help you increase your range of motion, so it can improve mobility, but you need variety in the way that you train, and bench pressing and doing rows and doing pull-ups, like these basic exercises that most people do. It doesn't really target specific joint functions like shoulder internal rotation, for example. So what we're doing with the mobility training is we're just supplementing that work that we're talking about, that hypertrophy and bodybuilding, with a little bit of extra mobility work, so that you can continue doing the things you love, which is bench press, but you're giving your shoulders like it's more encompassing of what you're doing rather than just traditional.
It can definitely be complementary as well. So when you're getting stuck at certain points, say you've hit a plateau, or say you can't quite get comfortable with a specific lift, like after my car accident, I had like this nerve damage down one arm and on my neck, and I just kept pulling my neck when I was doing pull-ups. I kept getting shoulder pain if I was doing bench press or dips. And it's allowed me to work on the ranges that I need in my scapula and my thoracic and my shoulders in order to then bridge the gaps and then be able to do these exercises without pain and then be able to get stronger in them, which is awesome. And again, another reason why we made the strength and mobility certification, because we have 2 certifications at the moment, soon to be 4. But basically, the strength and mobility certification is all actually about bridging the gaps in exercises. So we have quite a lot of video lessons where we're teaching what's required for a certain lift, and then how to bridge those gaps, what mobility training to do, and then how to then blend it in with your strength training. And there's so many different ways as well to blend your mobility and strength training for somebody who is in a different sort of level. So say you're a bodybuilder and you've been doing it for quite some time, there's more advanced techniques that you can use with your mobility and strength training than if you were a beginner. Depending on where you're at, you can use very different methodologies. So for example, Callum said in the beginning, like, oh, you don't necessarily have to do your mobility in the beginning of your session. You can actually do it either blended with it via supersets, or you can even do it at the end. Say you're very, very new to mobility training. That's where you would more likely do your mobility training at the end, because it's less likely to affect your strength training session. And you might actually end up aggravating things if you do it in the beginning, if you're doing proper mobility training, not just dynamic stretches that you see on Instagram.
Yeah, in the beginning with mobility training, it looks very different from strength training. So people have a hard time understanding that it's very similar to like bodybuilding and hypertrophy. People like to say, you know, mobility training is strength training, but then in shoulder internal rotation, pales and rails looks very different and feels very different to doing bench press. So there's an obvious difference. But as you start to advance with mobility training, that it merges more and more with traditional strength training, to the point where, because your goal with mobility as well is to add load, to increase the challenge of that exercise, because we're still trying to increase muscle and strength. But we're just doing it in ranges that are often missed in bodybuilding. And rather than thinking of specific muscle groups, like we're not really thinking of like, yeah, today's chest day. We're also thinking, you know, today's shoulder internal rotation and external rotation day, because I've got limitations and I need to work on it. So It's really just a different way of thinking about it. You're thinking about joint function as well as the muscle groups that you would typically work when you're bodybuilding. But if you're always thinking in the bodybuilding state of mind, like chest and back, shoulders and arms, then it's quite easy to miss these internal rotation, external rotation, shoulder extension. It can be quite easy to miss these things. So I think it's good to layer that joint specific kind of mobility training on top of your bodybuilding. Then I think if you can do that, if you can view it both ways, then you know you're on the right track.
So I think part of the problem is that people think they think of mobility work as like let me see. I just saw constantly while there you go. As you guys are saying stuff, it's making me remember something you did. So people think of like this is mobility work, right? And this is mobility work. Like, oh, it's like the stunts, right?
That's fun.
That's just fun. We just did that for fun. It's not really that necessary.
Well, yeah. So to me, yeah, but that's what people think. It's like, oh, that's like they see it on like if they, well, I mean, if they see me do it, they're not gonna think it's like mobility work. But they're like, oh yeah, that must be like mobility work because they see you guys do it, right? So they think this is mobility work. They're like, you're not really going heavy. But this is a Z press, all right? And this is an exercise you would see people in a gym doing. Yeah. Maybe with a barbell or with dumbbells like you're doing there, or maybe with a kettlebell. That's more of an exercise that people are used to. Well, to me, that's also mobility training because you're training your strength in that range of motion as well as your core and everything else. Yeah. And I think that people don't make that. They, like I said in the beginning, they think mobility work is stretching. Ashley had a very good point. She said, Jess got multiple comments. So Ashley said, mobility is the ability for a joint to move through its full range of motion. When it comes to hypertrophy, limited joint movement will adversely affect it. Said, for example, if you lack ankle mobility during a hack squat, your heels will lift off and you'll compensate by using other muscles because you're no longer using muscles you intended to use. The muscles should have tension throughout the entire state, and this doesn't necessarily need to be done in one exercise, but during your training.
Yeah, spot on.
That's really well said.
Yeah, Ashley's awesome. Ashley, the amazing. She's got some. She's an awesome trainer. So I think that when you guys are talking to people about mobility, and in fact, it goes back to the thing I said, like with this video right here, right? It's like you guys tell people all the time, don't just copy what we do. Now, obviously, I'm copying this because it's part of my specific training, right? But you guys all the time say, don't just copy this thing you just saw me do on Instagram, because this is a snapshot of what I'm doing for my training on that day. I might even be doing this next week. So don't copy this. Instead, reach out to, you guys said they could reach out to you, or they could reach out to somebody else in order to get a program that's individualized to them, or even use your app, right? Well, despite that, because people don't listen to you, have you ever had people complain, oh, I tried that and I hurt myself?
I mean, not recently. I mean, we're really careful to put a disclaimer on everything, so people don't just copy, but people will try things. I mean, I think you have tried things and hurt yourself from the internet.
In the past, yeah. I've been like, I've seen some crazy handstand and I'm like, yeah, I want to try that.
He did a handstand on the back of his hands, having not trained his wrists to do that first.
Yeah, before I understood the importance of, joint strength. I just see something.
You understand it now, don't you, Cal?
Exactly. I learned the hard way. But people will always want to try what you're doing. That's just natural. But what we always encourage is we try to make it clear that we didn't start here. We have worked towards this. Whatever you're seeing us doing now, it's not just something we made up on the spot. It's usually something we've
spent many years trying to achieve.
Yeah, and there's progressions for every individual.
And
I do like to add in those like weird little. I have a little traffic light system on my posts.
Green,
I actually like that. I really like that. Even so, this is one of my favorite movements. I don't even do this. I tried it once, but I don't actually do it because it's not part of my personal programming through you guys right now. But I love this because it actually addresses something like if I try to do the if I try to do a bridge, I don't have the range of motion to do a bridge right now. I could actually do a neck bridge, which is funny. I could do a neck bridge easier than I could do a bridge where I just was like a tabletop. You know what I mean? Yeah, I could do a neck bridge easier than I can do a tabletop because my arms just don't go back far enough, right? So when I saw you doing this, Holly, I was like, oh yeah, that looks pretty cool. That'll probably help me, right? But I love that, as you were saying, you've got the regressions on there. So you show, hey, this is hard. This is hard. This is going to be a little easier. This is very, this would be very easy. So it's like people get the ability to choose things. Because in my mind, this is easy to do.
Yep.
Now, I would say it's easy to do from a loading standpoint, but it might be if you don't have like your mind's not in tune with your body, you don't have the mind muscle connection. It might be hard to get right at first, but it's not something that's going to be like intimidating. Like, oh my God, I don't know if I could do that. It's something that I wouldn't mind if somebody tried, because then at least they know where they are if they can't do it, and if they can do it, they got something else. Even this is flies, right? You see people do this all the time, and this goes back to Kevin's point, where he was saying, like, just go with a full range of motion. Well, how often do you see bodybuilders even go down as far as you're going?
Yeah,
right?
Well, that's a poliquin fly, so it's a little different to a normal fly.
Right.
And I'd say it's actually quite tough to do. It's surprisingly difficult. And I'd say if you've never done it before, but you're used to flies, it can be quite sort of, you think, oh yeah, I could do more weight than that. You just assume you can. It's like, oh, you can't. Like doing it body weight to begin with is like, holy, whoa. It's like, your muscles are on fire. They feel like they're going to stretch and peel off. Like it's.
Yeah. I get comments whenever I do this. It's like, why would you choose a variation where you have to use lighter weight? Why wouldn't you go heavy and do flies? And I say,
I do both.
Well, I do both because with this variation, if I was to load it up, I sure as hell wouldn't be using that kind of range of motion. And I wouldn't be able to externally rotate my shoulders. So I'm really using this it's almost a loaded stretch. I'm using this to increase the flexibility in my shoulders and in my chest. Right. Whereas with a regular fly, it can do that, but that's not necessarily why I'm doing a regular fly. I'm doing a regular like pec fly to build strength. Still use that stretch and utilize that stretch, but this just allows you to fully utilize that stretch and pause at your end range of motion.
And also work on the muscles that are specifically responsible for that shoulder external rotation.
Right.
rather than focusing on hypertrophy, perhaps. So there's two different reasons that you would have both of them.
And then things like this are just for me, that's a loaded stretch.
Yeah.
And that's going to help
Me
with
as well.
thoracic extension. It's going to help open up your shoulders as well, shoulder flexion. So
also, me and Callum have different tissue types. So I'm more towards the hypermobile tissue type.
You're not clones? What? You're not clones?
Crazy. So I'm not hypermobile, but I'm close to it. Whereas Callum's more close to the hypomobile tissue type. And there's different ways of training that. We cover that in the CPD mobility certification. But the point is, like, both tissue types benefit from mobility training. It's just we may do it slightly differently and find it slightly more challenging in different areas. So for example, Callum will benefit more from that load to get into the stretch, whereas I don't find it hard to get into the stretch, but I find it hard to stabilize and strengthen that end range. So I also require the weight, but I may use it differently, perhaps have a slower eccentric phase, and pause a little bit more than Callum might need to.
Yeah, you'll notice I do a lot of loaded stretches now, because I've noticed like my tissue type really responds to that. So this I classify as a loaded stretch, as I said. So I do a lot more of this than say Hallie would, because she really doesn't have a hard time.
I don't have a hard time
getting into that.
But I do have a hard time
motion.
controlling it. So that's why I would need to do more isometrics there.
Yeah.
So I'll say that for me, and I was actually looking for this specific video. For me, we talked about the overhead thing, right? And even when I first met you guys, you saw like my overhead range of motion, what it was like, right? And the thing is that doing movements like this improved it. Well, here's the thing. This is a pullover, right?
Mm-hmm.
And old school bodybuilders, because that's where I was trying to get to, is like bodybuilders today don't necessarily have the same mobility that a bodybuilder from the 40s would have had.
Yeah.
Because they were, for one thing, they tended to be gymnasts as well.
Yeah.
And so they did a lot of movements like this. So if you look at one of my favorite books is by the great Bill Pearl. It's called Keys to the Inner Universe, which is such an awesome title. And you see some of the exercises in there, and this is one of the exercises. Well, when I got certified back in the 90s to be a trainer, this is one of the exercises they told people to avoid.
Yeah.
The way that you're doing it. So Bill Pearl's book has you doing it across a bench, right? Mm-hmm. And the way we were taught to tell people to do it is to lay on the bench, so your body is in line with the bench. So the bench is supporting you the entire way. Yeah. Because this way, first of all, nobody would ever have been advised to do what you're doing right there. They would have said, "Oh, that's unsafe. It's not safe for your lower back or whatever." Yeah. And I found that the more that your training looks like what people used to do back in like the 40s and 50s, the better and range of motion, the more access you have to normal human movements that you actually have, and the more things you can do without having to specifically train for them. Mm-hmm. You can like do stuff and say, "Oh, that was cool," and you don't even think about it. You just, like kids, you know how like a kid will just do something, and we always say, "Oh man, I ought to be young again," because they just did it, right? Yeah. And I think that this kind of training, again, it gives you that ability to do that stuff. Let me hit this one comment here, and then we want to switch and start talking about your equipment loadout. So, Michael, this is referring back to the Poliquin fly, where Michael is talking about the nerve glide. He said, it looks like you have a nerve glide with that movement. Do you guys want to comment on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, putting that if you bias the external rotation, that can definitely put a kind of nerve glide on there, can't it? But I mean, that's not
what it's
that's
for necessarily.
Not really why we're doing it. We're just literally doing it to bias shoulder external rotation and stretch those muscles in the front of the shoulder. Okay. But people do get, there's a lot of different kind of benefits of doing these kind of exercises. Yeah. And people really, I think the important thing is, like, rather than having this fixed mindset of like, oh, you shouldn't do this with a bent back. Like, I love the lat pullover, like with your back flat on the bench as well. There's nothing wrong with that. But like, that's not the only way to do it. And the one where you're flat on the bench and you kind of keep your ribs down and it's all through the shoulders, it's all through the lats. That's really beneficial, but it's also beneficial to do that other variation I was showing you that's going to open up your thoracic spine. So there's just it's really just about exploring different ways of doing things.
Yeah, like there's that
you
video.
can do the Poliquin fly in like 5 different ways, and it would change how it feels depending on who you are. I don't believe there's a right or wrong. There's just
what's specifically beneficial to you and that program. So why is it there is more important than
there's a million ways you can modify something.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Callie? You said it's like that exercise.
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking of like there's like a video of Arnold Schwarzenegger back in the day doing rows with a really bent back, and back then worried about that. It wasn't
nobody cared.
No.
And now people are like,
yeah.
You know what's funny is I remember somebody saying when I had just come back from certification, so I knew everything, and it was and plus I was young too, so I really knew everything. And somebody said it's funny that the people who claim to know everything are also always the smallest guy. Like the guys who are like the biggest, most muscular, the athletes, you know, like you see the guy who's playing in the NFL, right? He's not doing anything necessarily that you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But the guy who's like small and can't and struggles to put on muscle is the guy that's dictating to the big successful athlete, hey, this is what you should be doing, right? And I remember we would always say, well, yeah, but he's that big and that strong and that fast, or she's able to do all those things because of her genetics. And if she listened to me, she'd be even better.
Yeah, it's a science, bro.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, God, oh man, I lived through the 90s. I sure did. Anyway, so let's talk about your loadout, because I mentioned the van and all that kind of stuff, and you don't live in it, but you do carry a fair amount of equipment in it. So how do you guys decide what you're going to put in the van to go anywhere? Or is it basically, and talk about your, you still got the storage unit in Poland?
We just got rid of that.
No, we've got it in a
we now have it in a shipment container.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So in Poland,
So tell me everything, and I don't know anything. Go ahead. All right.
So originally we were going to open a gym, which is why we bought so much kit. And we actually had a pickup truck. And we used to
remember the pickup truck.
So we used to put all the kit in the back of the pickup truck, and we used to coach people around London from that. And then when we went traveling, we took most of our gym with us and very little personal items. And the majority of like what we were traveling with was kit. And it was crazy because about 5-6 years, it was just traveling around the gym and like one bag of positions.
Yeah.
And that's when we prioritized kit. But now we kind of wanted to get most of it over here so we could put it in our gym. Still missing some of it. But when we travel, we definitely will cut down as much as we can. 1, for weight, and 2, for space.
Yeah.
And the rings have been very helpful for that.
We can get the barbell on the top of the van, so that's helpful. So the barbells, 100% we have to take it. We'll take the barbell and we'll take the plates, because that allows us to maintain the same kind of strength that we did when we're training in the gym.
We do struggle though. Like we do tend to lose a bit of strength when we travel because we just simply can't have as much weight in our sessions.
And you just change the way you're training.
Stuff like that. Lean up
so like rather than exactly.
We get some weird looks, but
rather than doing like heavy bicep curls, you're now doing things like this, changing the angle, making the weight that you do have go further. The rings are super effective as well. We tend to do a lot more. This is when you'll see a lot more of like our experimental type of training, exercises that people were kind of like, why are you doing that? But really, you're just being more creative and finding new ways to make things more challenging because you have less equipment.
To be fair, I think we've invented a lot of we've invented a lot of things because we've lacked the equipment and we've had to figure out how to replicate the exercise.
Yeah.
The reason why I pulled this one up is because we were talking. You mentioned earlier about how your shoulder internal rotation, and I believe you actually did an Instagram post about this. One of you did. I don't remember who, but you're saying basically people can't get into the front rack position.
Yeah.
So then they're trained to do stuff to help them to get that, but they're doing it in this position when they should be like this and doing like going across like that. So immediately, although this isn't part of that post, that's why this particular video stuck out to me because I was like, oh, that reminds me of the time that they said that thing, right? And it goes back to what you're saying about the creativity, because you're like, okay, well, I know I need to train this. How can I train this in the situation I find myself in right now? And I really like that. So you guys also have a fair amount of stuff, I think, that gets sent to you. So do you have any like you've already got your loadout? You're like, okay, this is what we can fit in the van. Then somebody sends out, I don't know. Now I'm drawing a blank because toe spacers wouldn't necessarily cause a problem. They're not going to take up that much room, but so they send you something, right? And it's big, maybe a piece.
Tib bar or something like that.
Yeah, it's like, how does that alter? Because you're like, okay, well, we got to do a video using this thing, but then I also got all this other stuff. How do you decide what to take with you?
Yeah, I mean, we will go very minimal nowadays because we've learned we can. We've kind of like over the years discovered more ways of doing things. But yeah, I mean, the tib bar, I actually use it for leg extensions now.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just had it like kind of like on your, you've got so much. I mean, there are times when I do see you guys going into, this is the bar you were talking about, right? This, you said you guys keep this bar with you, right there. So you still travel with that?
Put that on the roof of the van.
Yeah, we've got a 15 kilogram bar and we've got a 20 kilogram bar, and we tend when we travel we tend to take the lighter one with us. It's just a little bit thinner.
Well, recently we took the heavy one.
Recently we took the 20. Yeah, but the only challenge is like it gets rusty.
Yeah.
So that's what we have to contend with. But the bearings do go, but you can still, unless you're doing like Olympic lifts at high level, you don't really have to worry about that.
It doesn't. I'm going to say that to people. Like people always, especially home, like we want our stuff to like look nice and be the same or whatever. And a lot of times I tell people, look, unless you're doing cleans and snatches, and even if you are, until you get to a certain level, you won't even notice. So all that stuff. And I wanted to show something because you were talking about the tip bar. So I pulled this up. So you're showing like how you're using that for leg extensions.
Do a leg extension for years, and we haven't had access to it. And I was just like, I wonder if this will work, and it did. So
and that's why you guys. And I believe you mentioned that's why you started doing the natural leg extensions, or what people call reverse Nordics, because you didn't have a leg extension machine. Like, how we're going to take that in the van? That makes a lot of sense to me.
How are you going to target your quads essentially when you train at home and you don't have it's nice to go to the gym and use the leg extension machine. But if you don't have that, how can I target the quads at home? And
again, using mobility training methods really helps because you can add that eccentric. I can get Callum to push down on that and actually it will load the eccentric for me. And then at the end of my set, I can just hold the isometric at the top and it will burn.
I think a lot of times, going back to something else you said, where you were like, Holly, you said that you don't have a problem getting into positions. There's a thing that people say, oh, we got a tip that might work out for you guys too. I'll throw that up in a second. So, people say, oh yeah, well, somebody gets, like they say, oh yeah, so you start doing yoga, I don't know, for example, and they say, well, you're going to lose strength and you actually hurt yourself because I know you've heard this. There's such a thing as being too mobile, right? Okay. And I love how you explain, like, you don't have a problem getting in the position. So, but you know that for you, the challenge is becoming strong in those positions. So it doesn't mean don't do it. It just means figure out where your weak point is and work on it, which is the foundation of bodybuilding and of all strength training. Figure out where you're weak and work on it.
Yeah.
I think that
with mobility training, it's always about being strong at your end range and finding that end range. And that's something, one, you can test whether you even have the right amount of range for a joint. And two, you can test if you are strong and stable in that range. So at least it's something that's easily actionable because you can, one, test it. And then two, as you're working on it, there's so many hundreds of progressions to get you from A to B that you can bridge those gaps and basically have a body you can do more with as you age versus less.
Yeah,
I love that. I want you. You've said this multiple times, and it's one of those terms that I feel like people know, but the definition of, but I want to make sure they know. So you say end range, okay? So describe what that means, like in terms, so that people who are watching this can understand what you're telling them.
Okay, so like your end range or the end range of, because
no, your end range, because there is a difference between, okay, well, this is where the movement should stop, and then this is where the movement stops when you do it.
Yeah. Well, you can easily test that with different like joint tests. For example, shoulder extent. We don't have much time.
You want to show me? You want me to put my arm behind?
Yeah, go on.
All right.
Okay. I don't know if you could really see his. I like count.
Yeah, we can see.
Arm behind him into shoulder extension. So that's his end range.
Well, so there's a difference. So that's my active end range because I'm pulling it up myself. Whereas if Hallie takes my arm, she can get a little bit more out of there. So that's my passive end range. So what we're trying to do with mobility training is, if you let go, Hallie, so that's my active and Hallie had my passive. We're trying to strengthen the gap between the passive and the active.
And you can do that with all ranges.
Of anything,
You can test, like shoulder internal, external. You can test in different positions. For example, if you're struggling with the front rack, but you're testing your shoulder external rotation this way, you can still test it this way.
And we tend to be strongest in the mid range of a muscle, so that's where bodybuilding's focusing. When we get to that end range, we're obviously weaker. So we're trying to strengthen the areas we're naturally weak in. That's what we're doing with end range strength training.
Yeah, but we still think like bodybuilding, hypertrophy, strength training is so extremely valuable. We shouldn't be focusing on just the end ranges, but there's definitely a way.
The whole range.
There's definitely a way to blend it into your training to have it together.
So the reason why I wanted you guys to specifically say that is because in my, like, some of the people I'm thinking about are actually watching the show right now, right? Then they've said things to me, in one form, or not necessarily here during the show, but like in passing offline or whatever. They'll say, well, I've got this issue, or I can't do this movement anymore because I get a pain or whatever. And I feel like a lot of times the instinct is, especially from companies that are trying to sell you something, they'll say, okay, well, don't do, okay, for example, here's an easy one. Safety squat bars. Or they're for people, for various reasons, but I see a lot of people switch to them because it hurts their shoulders to get in under a regular bar to squat. All right. Well, I'll just use my personal story. When I first started trying to get under the bar to squat, I was having, it's funny because I'm talking about it and I'm actually bracing like I'm doing it. I'm trying to get under the bar to squat. And I was experiencing a lot of elbow pain. I mean, severe elbow pain. So this is when I was competing in powerlifting, trying to get in that low bar position. So they all said, well, oh yeah, you just need to get some elbow sleeves, some very stiff elbow sleeves. So I get the elbow sleeves and all right, it felt better. Eventually I realized, and then somebody says, you know what? Do most of your squatting with a safety squat bar so you can save your elbows. Well, the solution, just to cut to the chase, was to open my shoulders up.
Yeah.
So I could get under the bar without any problems.
Yeah.
Right? But that's not what people told me. Instead, they said, oh, well, if it hurts you to get under the squat bar, get some elbow sleeves, or you know what? Just do most of your training with a safety squat bar. So buy a safety squat bar.
Yeah.
We'll stretch, which is free. Buy a safety squat bar and use that most of the time, which isn't going to, not only is it going to fix the problem, it's going to actually be worse. Because when I would ever get to competition, I'm in pain.
Yeah.
Trying to get in position. I'm like, oh, thank God I'm only doing my warm-up sets, and then I'm going to do my 3 sets on the platform, and I'm done, right?
Yeah.
But then I got to bench press with these hurt elbows. Yeah. That's why I think I'm making such a big deal about mobility training giving you back what you lost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So go ahead and react to that.
I think there's a lot there, what you've just said, because, for example, I was told I had to wear a back brace, that my back wouldn't get any better, that it's just going to degrade with time. It's all very scary. And we're told this narrative that like, oh, wait till you get older and things are going to start breaking down. Like we're some kind of a mechanical thing. Like we're not a piece of metal. We're not a car that's just gonna, with repetitions, we're going to just break down. Like we're a biological system that adapts to stimuli. So if you're training that area, systematically, gradually, progressively, and carefully, you will be actually building it up, not breaking it down. But if you're obviously doing something very aggressive without any kind of prior thought to it, perhaps, then yeah, it can be detrimental. It can cause injury and pain. And there's so many studies where, say, for example, hip external rotation is lacking, and someone is doing a specific kind of sport, and eventually that will cause the problem. And there's so many things that you can test, like, this range of motion is lacking, and then the injury rates are higher in athletes. And that comes up in studies time and time again, where they could predict injury rates based on joint assessments before the season. And simple as, if we ignore those joint functions, and if we just continue pushing a sport, regardless of thinking of mobility training for that sport, for that repetitive motion, then yeah, our injury rates could be heightened. But that doesn't mean they have to be. Simply, we can change the way we train so that we can do the thing that we love more, and so that we can have the function of our body more.
Yeah.
And we don't have to break down.
100%. I mean, I was even thinking about when you're saying that about people trying to find the perfect running shoe, and then it's like, oh, I wear the perfect running shoe because that'll fix my knee pain. But all the other side of it is people jumping in straight into barefoot shoes. They've spent zero time barefoot. They immediately start wearing barefoot shoes. Now their Achilles tendon is like yelling at them every time they go running, So I think that the upshot of it is that you got to get the information to educate yourself, and you guys have the resources to provide that, right? So see that segue? You see that? I'm a professional. Tell everybody how they can check out your stuff, because you've also you do live shows on YouTube where you specifically answer questions. And you do Instagram lives too as well too. So tell everybody how they can find you.
YouTube live. We'd like to learn how to do that.
We do Instagram live.
You do Instagram. Okay, you need to start doing YouTube lives, because you can't make me a liar. So but no, so it's like you do live videos like where you answer questions specifically about mobility. So if somebody's got like some specific thing they want to bring to you, they can at that time. So just tell people how they can get access to the stuff that you guys provide that will help them get better. I'm living proof, and you guys aren't paying me to tell people. I mean, I'm taking money if you want to give me money, but you guys aren't paying me to say this. I really do feel like this could be a game changer for people. So let's go ahead and close with you guys telling people how they can get your access to your stuff.
Well, definitely follow us on Instagram. We're probably the most active on there. So Callum's Callum Watson PT, and I'm Helinka Hart on there. And then our YouTube is Flow Motion Fitness. So we try to give as much free information out on these channels. And you can also join our email list, where we give you free bits every single week, and private videos as well. So definitely go for that. We have over the years listened to what our audience has asked us to make. We originally were just online coaching, and we had one CPD mobility certification, but then apart from learning how to do the assessments and the methodologies and the science behind it, people also wanted to know how to blend it with the strength and mobility. So then we went ahead and done the CPD strength and mobility certification. We've got a low back pain course that is being certified right now, and a foot course that is being certified right now as well. So that's coming soon. But for anyone that wants to do this long term on a budget and then do it on their own, that's why we created the app. That was a long time coming. So if you want to be, sort of completely solo and taking it into your own hands, we've got hundreds of different options on that app. And we also have joint specific programs that we recommend anyone starts with if they have issues. However, if you're in pain, and if you're not entirely sure what's going on, or like what's causing the discomfort or the lack of ability to move, then we definitely recommend joint assessments, and we specifically make that affordable. So you can find that on our website, flowmotionfitness.co.uk, in the coaching section. Scroll down to download assessments. And then all you do is you watch the video, you copy the video, you film yourself, and you send it in. And then we chat with you through the results and through the issues, so that we can find the best course of action for each individual. Because we do think this is the best way to address it, is individually.
Yeah.
Awesome.
At least in the beginning.
Awesome. Well, I promised that I was going to tell you guys the little tip that Michael gave for your bar. He said, try putting your bar inside a PVC pipe.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So you take like
yeah.
think about the diameter of a bar. So we get a 4-inch piece, 4-inch diameter piece of PVC pipe with the bar in there.
Yeah.
And you can get at a home supply store. You get end caps. You get end caps for the bar.
Oh,
so
okay.
You close it up. I mean, for the pipe, rather. Put it in there. You can even put some foam in there if you want to fill it so the bar doesn't move around. Close it. Now it should be sealed, and you can actually put this is getting way into the weeds, but so they have like this, plumber tape. You use plumber tape to seal like a faucet or something so it doesn't drip. You wrap plumber tape around the end cap. That water won't get in there. Now the bar is going to be nice and dry until you get to where you want to take it out. And then when you get where you're going, cut the tape.
Yeah.
Use it, put it back in there, tape it back up, and you're good.
Not a bad idea. Thank you, Michael.
There you go. All right.
Really good tip.
Thank you guys for being here, and thank you for your comments on Instagram. I saw them. I just haven't had time. You guys know it's crazy, so I haven't been able to respond to everybody. But I really appreciate everything you guys do for the home gym community, and you guys are helping me get my my body back. So I'm not joking. I'm at the strongest I've ever been in the bench press. Right, I didn't actually plan on doing this, but I'm at the strongest I've ever been in the bench press right now. And the reason is because I'm able to train the bench press without being in pain. Yeah. And if something goes wrong and I'm like, oh, I don't like the way that feels, I've got solutions based upon the amount of time I've spent working with you guys. But like, oh, let's just do this, fix it, back, and I'm back to work without creating a debt that my body will have to pay later. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And I can't wait till I can't wait till you start doing live videos on YouTube like you're supposed to.
Okay, we're gonna do it.
You take that pirate with you. Get out of here. Go take a nap. Like everybody else in Spain. See you.
Cool. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us. Thank you, John.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right. That was Hallie and Callum. Those are some awesome people right there. I'm telling you. You see how much fun they are. I started. Like I said, this is not sponsored. I started using their app though. Well, when I started with them, they were actually just coaching me, doing individual coaching, and then I switched to using their app, and it's a little less expensive, but I still get a lot of good value, and I still have the option of reaching out to them to get like specific training specific to just me anytime I want. So I highly encourage you guys to take advantage of that. The links to do all of that is in the description for this video. So whether you're watching live or you're watching on replay, go ahead and take it. Don't just ignore this because it's not talking about gym equipment. This is the stuff that will make it possible for you to use the gym equipment you spent so much money on without being in pain. Okay? This will help you get your life back. Just trust me on this. Take it from somebody who's in their 50s, and I'm still, like I just said, I'm stronger in the bench press and in certain other lifts than I've ever been my entire life. And I'm actually able to do stuff that I haven't been able to do since I was in my 20s, just because of doing this consistent training. So there's that. All right, it is now the 8 o'clock hour. It's about 2 minutes past the 8 o'clock hour. So shout out to the Mountain Time Zone. Thank you guys for waking up way too early with Garage Student Life. Appreciate you guys doing that. If this is your first time joining us for one of these live shows, welcome. You are in for a treat. We just had Hallie and Colin from Flow Motion Fitness on talking about their mobility coaching program and how they travel around training out of a van in parks around Europe. So you want to rewind and hit that. If you are listening to the replay on Podbean, I appreciate you for checking this out as well. But no matter what, hit that like button and hit subscribe, because we are on a mission to get to 50,000 subscribers. We are, you know what, let's go check. Let's see how close we are to our goal, because I keep on saying it, but it's hard. Okay, so we are at, right now, during the show, we actually have gone up since the show started, but we are now at 44,490 subscribers right now. So you guys can help. We got to get that at least to 44,500. Come on now. I just need 10 more of you to get me to get to the 500 mark. So go ahead, do me a favor, click the like button and hit subscribe and share the video. Let other people know about what we're doing over here. All right. Let us move on to our next item. We're moving on down the rundown. I got the rundown. All right. Shout out to everybody who's here. So we're gonna do React Respond. React Respond is a really fun segment for me because it's basically I get to show you guys some of the stuff that I watch on the internet. I see a lot of stuff during the week, and the stuff that some of it strikes me as funny, some of it strikes me as is like thought provoking. And so what I do with React Respond is I'll play it with you, we'll watch it together, and we'll get to respond to it. And if you guys want to see what's coming up, there is an actual React and Respond playlist on my channel. So you just go to my playlist section, go to look at all my playlists, and you see React Respond is one of those, and that's where all the videos that we watch together come from. And I encourage you guys to do that, because another reason why I do this is because I like to spotlight the creators who put this content up. I'm not stealing their content. Instead, I'm showing you just enough of it to make you want to go watch the whole video. So go watch the whole video, all right? But let's go ahead and let's check out this one here. This is actually not a small creator. It's from Powerlifting World. This is a very popular video from them, but they've only got 19,000 subscribers. We got to help that channel grow. It's got some really cool stuff on it. So I just thought this was funny, right? So let me go ahead and turn the sound off. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to check this out. This is the first one, right? From Powerlifting World. The video is called Craziest Moments in Powerlifting History. And the point of this one is there's a guy and he's wearing a squat suit under his singlet. So just to give you some background, when you go compete in powerlifting, if you're competing in what they call the raw division, it's supposed to be just you in a singlet, kind of like what they wear, like what wrestlers wear, right? So you're not supposed to have anything that's going to assist you. But they make squat suits for people who compete in the equipped division, and those squat suits will help you lift more weight. So this cat shows up with a squat suit. He's wearing first of all, he's wearing knee wraps under his sleeves. He's wearing knee wraps under his sleeves in a raw competition. So you're supposed to wear either knee wraps or knee sleeves, because both of those will help you lift more weight. So check out this guy. Here's using it, right? And first of all, it's funny to me because it's just 485 pounds. I mean, come on, man. Where's your pride? But whatever. So he does 485, and the referee catches him like, hey, right? And he says immediately he notices something's off there, pulls his dang knee sleeves down. He said, what's that? And the guy, look at the guy's acting like he has no idea how those got on his body. He said, oh, what is that? So right there, he's getting that lift is a no lift, right? And he actually, I believe, she got disqualified. So this other guy, this is the IPF Worlds, right? And this is the guy, I think, with the squat suit on. Yeah, so he comes out. Yeah, he's wearing a squat suit under his singlet, right? So he's got the squat suit on, got a t-shirt on, got his singlet on. Now, what they do is they'll check you after the lift is done, especially if you hit a world record, right? So he goes down, still struggling. Look at him. He's like, all very inspiring. Great. Okay, they say rack. He puts there, and look at him. Takes off running, gets right off the platform so they can't check him. Now there, you guys are familiar with the slingshot. You are not allowed to use that in competition. Homie has the slingshot on underneath his shirt. So he's got the slingshot on, then his t-shirt, then he put his singlet on, right? And now he's benching with the slingshot on, right? Just keep an eye on this, right? So down, gets a lot of pop out of the slingshot, up, boom. All right, cool. All right, gets the lift, off he runs off. Look, and this is the coaches from the other team catching him, and my man is running away. So this is video of them chasing him outside the World Championships because they found out that he was wearing this stuff, but he doesn't want to get disqualified. This is hilarious to me. I mean, they're chasing him through the hotel. This is the best thing ever. They ended up catching him. That's how they knew that he was doing it. But I just think that's funny that that my man took off running. That's the part that made the video so funny, that they got footage of themselves chasing him. And I guess they had to record it because they want to make sure that he can't sue him. and they can say, okay, this is why he's disqualified and we kicked him out. But that's just funny. Like, first of all, it's funny that he squat and immediately just got right off the platform. And you could get away with that because a lot of times coaches will, especially if you're competing in certain categories, you lift and you get right off the platform because you got to take your stuff off because it's really, really tight. Like knee wraps, especially, are really tight, and they'll cut off your circulation if you have them on too long. So nobody's going to think anything of it that he gets right off the platform and has his coach go and put in his next attempt, right? But my man is like, he's doing all the things, right? That was hilarious. What's up, Matt? Says morning USA, Matt. And he said, yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. He said, like the dude who wore a slingshot under his shirt on bench press. Yeah. And then ran before he got checked. Exactly. You do. Yeah. So you knew about this already. I had seen it before, but it came across my timeline and I watched it and I horse laughed all over again because I just thought that was so. He's like, that's the dude. Yeah, man. Dude, Jared, I'm telling you. And you got to think about it, man. It's not. Okay. For one thing, you know, I said, you know, where's your pride? Is only 485. But in all seriousness, that represents a world record that could lead to. So you basically just took somebody's world record dishonestly. Also, that can affect people's sponsorships, things like that. Now, 485 isn't going to be that much of a world record to take somebody's sponsorship, but you're still taking potentially somebody's, you know, powerlifters don't. You're not paid to go to an event. You spend your money unless you got a sponsor. You're paying to do an event. So somebody might have trained hard all year long, looking forward to going to compete in this event, especially if it's in another country. And then you show up and you're cheating and you just rob them of that experience, you know? So that's just horrible. But I just think it's funny that they caught him running on the video, man. That's hilarious. Joey, hey, what's up, Joey? I've seen the slingshot running video before. Dude, that is hilarious. The funny part about it is, honestly, it's the running on the video. That's what's funny to me. It's not the cheating part. I'm like, come on, man, what are you doing? But them chasing him running around and why didn't he just go get in his car and leave? My man ran around the building. Golly. Jason, how would you be proud of winning that way? I don't see how you can. But you'll see people brag about it, man. But if you've ever watched, like you watch the live streams that we do and you see people get checked, it's because of stuff like that, because they want to make sure that nobody is doing that. Carlos said, why didn't he lock himself in the restroom? Man, I don't know. I can't get in the mind of that dude at all. So I don't know. But I just think it's hilarious. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like they're not even lifting him most weight because that dude was like, look, it's 485. Okay, come on, man. Like, and I know that. So for somebody, let me back up a little bit. Kind of like what I was saying to Holly and Colin. There's a difference between somebody who doesn't compete in a lifting sport, in a strength sport, like what they would think is heavy, compared to somebody who's just like lifting recreationally, right? So 485 is respectable weight. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying if you're going to be competing, that's not the most weight you're going to see somebody squat on the platform in that guy's weight class. Let's just say it like that, okay? Wonder if we'll have any fake natties in my comp this weekend. I mean, you know, only time will tell, man. Only time will tell. All right, so going on down the line, this is a video from January 17th. Let's pull this up here. And this one, I'm kind of curious about what you guys have to say about this. This one is from our peeps over at Bells of Steel. Okay, before we go to that, let's go ahead and address that. So I never understood the super duper arch back for flat bench. To me, that's a cheat code. I mean, so I will say that most of the people who don't like the super arched back are people who can't get in that position. Okay. So to me, that's kind of like being mad at somebody because he can jump higher. And so it's easier for him to dunk than it is for you. Right? Because having an arched back is something you can train your body to do. So I don't particularly, somebody having a super arched back, to me, is just fine because that's still something they're doing with their own body. And just because you can't do it, it's got nothing to do with the fact that they can do it. I mean, that to me is the same as looking at somebody else and saying, "Oh man, he's got thicker tendons, so he can support more weight." It's not fair. Okay, well, train until your tendons are thicker, you know. But I just so I don't like that, you know. I think if it's something you can do with your own body, then you should be able to do it. You know what I mean? Stuff that I think is cheating is like that guy who was bouncing the deadlift off the ground in that strongman competition years ago. He was taking advantage of the rules. I don't like that. I don't like it if somebody's going to be wearing equipment in a raw competition to try to cheat that way. And I personally, although I lifetime drug free, I've competed against people in non-drug tested competitions because that was what was close to me in terms of like geographically, and I wasn't really worried about it. I kind of get just competing in masters category. I tend to be, I tend to be stronger than people my age. So it's not a big deal to me, but still, I would say that if you're drug tested, I'm sorry, if you're not drug free and you go compete in a specifically drug tested competition, then that's wrong as well. That's cheating as well, and I don't approve of that. But just being able to, if somebody can get their back arched, they've got the thoracic mobility to be able to get into a super arch position to do the lift. Okay, cool. Just like if somebody's doing sumo deadlift, I know people don't like sumo deadlift, but if you can do sumo deadlift and you have the strength to have your feet nice and wide so you don't have as much range of motion, okay, cool. So there you go. Let's do say ears over toes. Again, that's something that they train to do with their body. How can you knock somebody for training their body to be able to do something? How is that cheating? Because it's not. Oh, let me put it a different way. Everybody else in the competition could also go do that. All right. The earliest powerlifting meets, you had a bench with a completely flat back. And so people's shoulders were getting wrecked. So they said, okay, now you can arch your back so that you save your shoulders. Okay. So then the people who were benching with a completely flat back could have looked at that as cheating. Right. Again, it's something you're doing with your own body. It doesn't bother. So as somebody who competes in powerlifting, I don't think that's cheating. Yeah, Joey said IPF has the bench depth rule to try and eliminate the huge arches, but I've heard a lot of people don't like the rule. Yeah, I think it's dumb. Because again, it's why are you mad because I can do something with my back that you can't do with your back? Go stretch. So the 1-inch range of motion shouldn't be classed as a lift range of motion. Rules should be brought into place as should separation of different lifting technique. Like sumo versus conventional deadlift, it should be separate. I mean, okay. And he said the same way that a split jerk and the snatch are separate lifts, both overhead but separate techniques. Okay, I'll go down that road with you, Matt. In an Olympic lifting competition, you are allowed to do a split jerk, or you can do more of a squat style, right? Because people have different ranges of motion. So somebody who can do the squat style of jerk typically has better mobility than somebody who does the split style. So should the people who have the mobility to do the squat style be penalized because they can do it, and the dude who can only do the split jerk style be the only legitimate way to do it? All I say is that the people who are complaining about it are the people who don't have the spinal mobility to be able to do it. Right? So if you penalize the people who have trained their bodies to be able to do it, you're rewarding the people who didn't do the work to be able to get that ability. Again, to me, it's like getting mad at this guy because he's in the dunk contest and he can jump 5 inches higher than you can. I don't see the point. I don't see how that's right. I think and people who are on the outside looking at it are looking at it like again, they're looking at it through the lens of not being able to do it. They're like, oh man, that must be painful. I could never get into that position. I don't see it. So you're picturing like if you had to compete against that person and you're benching, you're like, oh, well, that's not even the same range of motion. First of all, if you get into that kind of arch, I'm going to tell you it's super painful or it's uncomfortable at least. So it's not like they're doing something easier. It's not necessarily easier. That's all I'll say about that. I'm not saying penalize. I'm saying treat it as a separate lift. Make people do both to get a more true result. Yeah, I see that. You know how long that competition would be, though? Now you're saying, okay, all the different ways. So, again, I'm going to go down the road with you, right? So if we're separating the sumo deadlifters from the conventional deadlifters, then that means we need to separate the reverse grip benchers from the people who bench press with their hands the normal way. And we need to separate the people who bench press with their heels up from the people who bench with their feet flat, with their heels flat on the ground. No. I'm not feeling that. Says strict curl is set up in a way where you can't swing your body. I mean, okay. I mean, I get it, but that's how they chose to make that. So they set up strict curl so you can't swing your body. Great. However, the bench press, and I would assume they did it from the outset of that, but I don't know enough about strict curl to be able to talk about that. What I'm saying is the people who are mad about the bench arch thing are mad about people doing something that is completely legal and within the rules. Then they came and made it illegal because everybody couldn't bench that way. I don't like it when somebody sees something and I don't like it when somebody hates achievers for achieving. Matt says, I do 5 to 8 events in strongman competitions, sometimes over multiple days. Stop being lazy powerlifters. I mean, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in a powerlifting meet, you're already going to have a 5-day competition because of the weight classes, right? So you're going to have a weight, like every time I've done a national event, it's been multiple days. So, and a lot of times it's an 8-hour day for each one of those multiple days. So if you start having all these divisions, man, you got like a dang 2-week competition. Ain't nobody doing that. Anything doing that. So anything over 9 total reps should be illegal. I don't know about, I don't know about that, but yeah. It's not illegal, it's CrossFit. Anyway. Hey, look, there's like 1,625 of you watching. Did every one of you hit the like button? Do I need to put my banner back up? Hit the like button. Y'all got me begging. Let's do it. Come on, hit the like button. All right. Let's see here. Now you're bringing in Cat Williams. Talking about pull little tink tink on the bent back paper clips. Yeah. But again, that's another thing. They're like, the dude had his legs cut off and he goes and he competes against the people who didn't have their legs cut off. And they said he had an unfair advantage. What? I mean, I'm not a fan of Oscar Pistorius because of who he is as a person. But come on, man. You got a person he's a double amputee. Yeah, he's illegal. He shouldn't be allowed to do that. Come on, man. 2 weeks of comps doesn't sound mega for my dang vacation time for work. Sorry. No. All right. Can we go on to the next thing that I already had queued up? I knew I was going to get y'all off on a tangent. I swear. Y'all are always trying to get me off on a tangent. All right. So the next video is, I want to know, you guys put in the chat, if you are listening on Podbean, come to YouTube, and I want you to put in the chat, in the comments on replay, which one you like, which one you prefer. And I'll show you the contestants. It is Manticore versus Hydra. So Manticore has both of these power racks are 3x3 racks, but the Manticore has 1-inch holes and the Hydra has 5/8 inch holes. So let's go ahead and let's watch this video from Bells of Steel. And So there's the Manticore ecosystem, 3x3 with 1-inch holes, as I said. And on the other side, you got the Hydra ecosystem, which is also 3x3 and has 5/8 inch holes. Okay. For bells of steel, both of them are highly modular, they're customizable. And so you got options. So I'm curious to hear from you guys with does the west side spacing matter to you? Does the 1-inch holes matter more to you? Which one do you want? Which one is more important to you if you were buying a power rack? I know all of you guys probably have something, but let's say you're buying your power rack today. Okay. If you're buying your power rack today, are you going to go with the Hydra and you're going only bells of steel? Are you going to go with the Hydra with 5/8 holes? Or are you going to go Manticore with 1-inch holes? Or you know what? Let's not make it only bells of steel. Do you lean more towards a 5/8 hole rack, or do you lean more towards a 1-inch hole rack? Okay. And when you say which one you pick, I want you to tell me why. Tell me don't just say Manticore, cause no, I want to know what is it that makes you more into the Manticore versus the Hydra, or more into the Hydra versus the Manticore. Dr. Michael Brantley says, I hit the like button because I'm biased. We both follow dudes. Dude, you know how hard I'm trying to get a bald sponsor, because I'm like, man, I shave every day. I shave my face every day. I shave my head every 2 days, right? And I've gone through so many bald-headed products because I gotta look presentable on camera. And I'm like, man, I need to get me a bald sponsor, different bald bombs and all these bombs. I tried one thing, man. It made the skin on my head peel. I was like, we are never using that again. I don't care how great they say it is. But anyway, I appreciate you hitting that like button for me, homie. I do not know if that dude was doing rolls in the power rack, Matt. If he was, I will see what I can do about reaching out to Bells of Steel and getting him to correct his ways. All right, so Jay said Manticore. So Jay, you're a fan of the 1-inch holes. All right. Jared says Hydra. Now, Jared, you already got a Hydra. I'm asking you, if you had to go back and do it all over again, would you go Hydra again, or would you go Manticore this time? So Joey, yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. So Joey Echeverria. I just like saying your last name. I feel what you call worldwide and cosmopolitan when I say it, right? So Joey Echeverria says, I lean towards the 1-inch hole rack. I like that they can use more single pin attachments, and I like the 2-inch hole spacing on all. So 2 inches between the holes, right? On all 4 sides of the uprights. Matt says, I picked my rack because it's what I could afford and the specs could handle what I'm lifting. I now wish I bought something higher spec as I'm getting stronger and starting to worry me. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. In a perfect world, Matt, would you want a 3x3 rack with 1-inch holes, 1-inch size holes, or would you want a 3x3 rack with 5/8 size holes? So Jared says Hydra because of the west side spacing, plenty of weight capacity, and the attachments are a bit cheaper than the 1-inch option. I do like more hole options on the side of the Manticore, so there's no wrong answer. That's a good point. Actually, those are all really good points. Tell me, though, what is it that you like about the west side spacing? Because you don't train conjugate. So tell me what it is about west side space, or at least I don't think you train conjugate. So tell me what it is about west side spacing that you like so much, Jared. Jay said 1-inch because I heard the attachments are lined with protection versus smaller attachments that are metal on metal. Again, that's what I heard. I think it depends. So if we're speaking specifically, whether we're speaking specifically about bells of steel or not, I think it depends on the attachment. In some cases, you are correct, but I think part of that is because with bells of steel specifically, the attachments for their Hydra came out before the Manticore. So the Manticore has the advantage of us having all of these comments that have been made. People say, hey, I want to get more UHMW, for example, protection lining it or whatever. So when they made the Manicore, it came out automatically with all that stuff. Whereas the Hydra attachments, some of them came out before those sort of things were a thing, if that makes sense, right? Okay, so we got a completely different option in the chat. Jameson says he likes the 3/4 holes that are on the bridge built Phoenix. Okay, so here's a thing. You're a pretty brand loyal dude, Jameson. But my question is, if you get a rack that's 3/4 inch, are you now restricted from buying other stuff for that rack from other brands? Because that is a big deal for me. So you guys, some of you guys already know that I got a rack that had 5/8 holes, and that brand that I got the rack from didn't have a lot of the attachments I wanted weren't being made yet by that brand. So I was able to go to Bells of Steel and get what I needed because they happened to have it. And so there was stuff available for me because it was 5/8. If it was a 3/4 deal, I don't know if I would have had that same freedom. I guess you can always use like spacers to kind of make up the difference in size, but okay. That is, I do want to know the answer to that, Jameson. Like, are you restricted in terms of what you can buy if you want to get something that's not a bridge build product? Are you able to find everything you need? So Joey said, yeah, he agrees. Said Jay, that depends on the brand. Some have UHMW for both hole sizes and some don't. Eric Echo says, I've seen custom racks from Black Widow with 5/8 holes, west side spacing to the bench area, then 1-inch hole and 1-inch holes with 2-inch spacing the rest of the way up. Yeah, I think that might have been Black Widow. That'd be a custom thing. So that's kind of like the best of both worlds. And so Matt says bigger holes in general have more robust supports. The peace of mind that if I fail, I'm still safe is worth any extra cost. I mean, maybe, but I would say that, let me check here because I want to know if I'm correct about this. I want to say, and there's a specific, I'm going to check out surplus strength. Because I'm not sure about their spotter arms, because they've got surplus strength has, if not the strongest spotter arms, one of the strongest. So let's go to surplus strength. And okay, so surplus strength, yeah, their racks are 1-inch holes. But I'm gonna say, if I'm gonna go Bells of Steel, let me get some of this stuff here. There's a bunch of different. Oh, I gotta clean some of this junk up. I've had all these tabs open because I was pulling up so much stuff when I was doing the interview with Holly and Colin. All right, so the stealth spotters from surplus strength are 1-inch holes, but let's go to Bells of Steel, and you should also be visiting Bells of Steel. Make sure you're using the affiliate link that I'm going to put in the description, because that way you're still able to take advantage of the deals they have going on, but you're also supporting the show in the process. So it costs you no extra money, but it does help the show out. So go ahead and do that. All right. So rack Hydra components. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So let me go ahead and share screen real quick. Hold up. Hang on. Let's get rid of that question. We're still talking about your question though, Matt, about whether you're going to be more secure with 5/8 pins or not. Okay. I'm sorry, more secure with 1-inch pins versus 5/8 or not. So now we're going to Bells of Steel. We're going to go to Hydra rack components. So let's look at Hydra, not cross members necessarily. No, I want accessories. No. Cable tower. Come on now. You know what? Let's just go to Hydra. Hydra rack. All right. And let's go. Don't tell me I'm going to have to go through this entire thing. let's just go here. Hydra spotter arms. Let's go here. All right. Okay. So looking specifically at the 3x3 5/8 holes Hydra spotter arms, let's see what the rating for them is. All right. So the weight capacity is 800 pounds. Okay. 800 pounds for the Hydra spotter arms with the 5/8 holes. Now, if we go Manicore, okay, same thing. This is specifically why I came to Bells of Steel, because it's the same thing. Just the pin is bigger on one. All right. And if I go to the weight capacity for the Manicore, it's 1,000 pounds. Okay. So that you do get an extra 200 pounds capacity, but, and I'm not saying you're not strong, dude. I'm just saying, 800 pounds is still good. So let's see here. So Jared says, you may consider my training style as a bastardized conjugate. Okay. So more whole options in that range is just nice to have. I can dial in it more. Is it a necessity for me? Probably not, but I like them. Oh, no, that makes sense. What I was saying, the reason I was asking about the conjugate thing is because that whole spacing, the west side spacing, is very important if you're going to be doing conjugate, because you got multiple people training with you, and you want to make and then they're also training in multiple situations. So this week we might be doing bench press with chains. Next week we might be doing bench press with bands, whatever. And so your rack, where your J hooks go, is going to be slightly different, depending on how you're training that day. So you want to keep everything as close as possible. So you don't want to have the jump from one J hook setting to the next be that huge. And then also where your spotters or your safeties is going to go, it's going to be slightly different depending on what you're training, if you're training conjugate. So again, you want it to be as close as possible. But all right, what you're saying don't make sense. I got you. All right, Jameson, that's what I was looking for. All right, so Jameson said I can use 3/4 inch stuff from American Barbell. Shout out to American Barbell. But also 5/8 3x3 attachments work with a small addition of a 5/8 3/4 bushing from Amazon. That's what I was saying. Like, you could probably use some sort of spacer. But depending on what it is, I don't necessarily like using spacers for certain things. I got spacers I got downstairs that I used when I got my monolift attachment, my monolift arms. And I had a rack with 1-inch hole spacing when I first got them. So I had to get some of those F&F steel spacers and use those to make it work. But as a general rule, I don't like using spacers for something that's going to support a whole lot of weight. So let's go here. Joey said, the thing I hate about 5/8 racks is most have 6-inch spacing for the side holes, which limits the attachment spacing if they want to use a side pin. Okay, that's a good point. So let's see here. This is a good question. Jared said wants to know the size options readily for metric stuff available where Matt is in the UK. And Matt says it depends on the brand. He said we just do the conversion of metric if it's an American company, as to tend to only use the ones that use the right measurements. Because when nobody uses metric. All right. The winners use our Imperial. Okay. So but Jay, don't worry about. Dude, nah. You know how I think. You're just starting out, man. And this is actually, I think that one thing I'm gonna pause you real fast is that I think that you're asking a lot of the right questions, both here during the show and then also like whenever you message me, and I'm sure you message other people, and I've seen you make comments on other people's videos too. I think you're asking the right questions, so you end up saving money in the long run because you're going to end up getting something that you're more likely to like. as opposed to getting something, being dissatisfied, getting something else, and there's no reason to, that's a lot of money wasted. You said I took the bait. Nah, I mean, I'm never going to allow you to say, I'm never allowing you to try to continue with your insidious plot to convert us to metric system. Not happening. All right. You know what? So Jared says, talking about the side holes on the upright, it says, seems like such an easy thing to fix, just making the side hole spacing 2 inches. Wonder why that is. So that is actually a phenomenal question that I'm going to ask the next time I have a brand on here. In fact, I need to make sure I put that question to the side, because that is a phenomenal question. Why wouldn't you just do that? And I'll bet you it's because when they were first designing the rack, whichever brand you're talking about, they were designing the rack, it didn't occur to them. And now that's the template that they use. And so it would take retooling at the factory. So there's probably a cost associated with changing it. So there you go. And okay, so Joey just said the same thing. So I think it started with Rogue saving money, and other brands just copied it. But Rep has 2-inch spacing on the side for the 4000 series. Yeah. So yeah, I think if you start out with it a certain way, you want to have it like that. But if you start out with it the other way, then you leave it, because it's going to cost money to. It doesn't seem like a lot, but you got to reset the machine at the factory that's doing the hole punching. So there you go. All right. Let's see. Do we? That was 2 things right there. Let's see. Did we get to the last one? So we did that. We did. Oh, okay. So we do have. Here's another one. So this is the last one in react and respond. All right. As we close this segment out, I am a big fan of this. Huge fan of this, actually. All right. Come on back here. Click that. There you go. This guy's off to the races. All right, so we tended to see a lot of these things when we first, I saw a lot of this kind of stuff during lockdown, and we were just seeing stuff all over the place. And I don't see it as much anymore, but I think it's still cool to go back and look at this stuff and just to see what people are doing around the world as they try to pursue their fitness goals. So let's go ahead and just show you guys this video real quick. And I'm a big fan of this. So this is a homemade lat pull down machine. Let's check my guy out. All right, you guys can see that. Check him out right there. Homemade lat pull down machine. That doesn't look too bad. All right, he's able to do, tricep work with it. That doesn't look too bad, So what do you think of my man right there? It's got doing his rows. That looks like a pretty versatile piece of equipment, especially to be homemade, So he's able to do pull downs. And it looks like he's got it attached to the actual structure of his home. And then he's got the low pulley of that at the bottom so he can do curls and all that. I think this is on the roof of his house too. Yeah, I like that, man. I know that's the kind of stuff you probably see. Kyle has a Facebook group that's devoted to DIY stuff like that, and you probably see videos like that all the time. But that video, they just can't. Like I said, stuff comes across my radar, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool, and I just say, I wonder if they would like to use this for React Respond, and so that's just what I do. So once again, if you guys will go, I'll even show you how to find it. So let's say you go to my channel on YouTube. Let's view the channel on YouTube. So this is what it would look like roughly if you are, let's share the screen. This is what it would look like if you roughly, like I said, if you are visiting the channel for the first time. You guys know that because you visited the channel all the time. And I love you guys for it. Anyways, you go up here at the top and you go to playlists. And when you go to playlists, there's React and Respond right there. And it's a public playlist. And there usually aren't a whole ton of videos in it because we just don't have time during the show for that many segments. Believe it or not, we actually ran out of time for some of the news items I was going to tell you guys, and we're almost at the 9 o'clock hour. So I still won't have time to tell you about all of them before Matt comes on. So I say all that to say that React Respond is usually going to have no more than 5 videos in it. But if you guys just want to see what I'm watching, then you guys can go to React Respond, and all you gotta do is go to my channel homepage, go across to where it says playlist, click on playlist, and you'll see React Respond as one of the playlists that's up at the top right there, and that's that. So all right, let's so let's stop sharing that. Let's go to the comments. Make sure we don't miss anything. So closing out the side hole discussion, Jameson said, I would guess the 6-inch side hole spacing also is also predicated on the fact that rack attachments as a whole weren't as diversified in prior years. Yes. And that's a reason why too, by the way, why, although I like older racks, like I had that Marcy rack last year, and I'm a big fan of it. If you're just starting out, it's not the sort of thing that will grow with you because they built it in the old style. So you can't so the cross members across the top don't allow you to run things that, so you could, for example, you couldn't put I got it and I wanted to use the bully glider. I had a bully glider at the time and I couldn't even use it because I didn't have a way to run the cables through the cross member. So I think that's a very good point that, as rack attachments have become more prevalent, so the options for those rack attachments have become increasingly more available. I'm going to tell you guys, man, when I started my home gym in 2001, I couldn't even fathom the stuff that we have now. I would not have been able to believe it because the stuff we have now for home gyms wasn't even available in public gyms back then. So just stop and think about that for a little bit, about how we're living in such an awesome time. And we have so many choices that it can actually be overwhelming. We got so much stuff from which to choose in terms of getting our home gyms customized the way we want them to, that it's mind blowing. All right, so now talking about my man's DIY lat pull down. Yeah, so he even has multiple hand attachments. I know, man. Like, it's like, I love when I see stuff like that, and I'm like, that's a dude who's decided, okay, it's time to do something about this, and I'm not gonna just say, oh well, I don't have anything and just give up. So I love that. Joey said, I love DIY projects like that. Me too. Jay said, that's a no excuse get swole video. 100%. Like, stop complaining. Look what you got. You guys saw my man Bao Muay Thai on Instagram. If you guys don't know who that is, let's see, Bao Muay Thai. I think it's Bao _ Muay Thai. Yeah, Bao Muay Thai. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna just show you guys real quick. Minor tangent, but let's just go there. All right, so look at what this dude is. He's a former Muay Thai champion, right? Look what he's training with, man. Okay. Look at some of his stuff. Now he's got access to the gym that he goes to where he's coaching people or whatever. Well, that was too fast. So he's coaching people at this gym, but he doesn't do his strength training there. Oh yeah, that's hilarious. He doesn't. He's training people there. He's like these are world champions that he's training. Okay, world champions are people who are like national champions. These aren't just like your regular dude who's trying to off the street, coming in because he wants to get fit. Okay, these are people who are preparing to like fight the best in the world. And now look at him over here in his backyard. This is where he strength trains. All right, working his elbows, working all that stuff. He's got some other stuff here too. There you go. I love seeing that. Check this out here. This is one of my first things I saw. I was like, whoa, check out the water bottle on the top, man. I love that. Every time I see his training, I'm always like, I go right back to being like amazed. So where's the thing? Yeah, he's punching the tires. And I mean, like I say, he's a world champion. He could get more expensive stuff. Those aren't focus mitts. Those Thai pads. Those Thai pads aren't cheap. Okay. Now, grant you, they're made in Thailand, which is where he is. So he's got a little bit of a cost advantage over us getting it. But still, man, look at this dude just getting after it. You know, I mean, there's a little bit of showmanship in it too, but just this is the ultimate "what's your excuse" video. So yeah, that's my man Bao Muay Thai from Instagram. Jameson said, "World champions never confuse what is hard for what is effective." 100%. And yeah, and Bao was a Muay Thai world champion. So yeah. Joey, I'm ashamed of you. That means you missed an episode. Yes. I had Kyle on the show last year. Yeah, I had him on the show last year. Let's see. Matt says, I'm not due on. I can jump in next week post-comp, but I'm still at work today, John. I think you got mixed up. I don't even know what you're talking about. No, I'm gonna go back and say, I don't even know what you're babbling about, man. Wrestle some deer. Wrestle some deer. I don't know what you're talking about over there. All right. So we are now at the 8:50 mark, almost 9 o'clock. We got 10 minutes before our last guest of the day comes on. Let's see if we have time. Do I have time for this? I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do. Nope, definitely can't. Can't do that. Can't do that. All right, we'll just do the bit. All right. I don't have time. We'll push some of this stuff to next week and get right here. All right. Boom. There's one more thing I wanted to talk about. There it is. All right, so this goes back to giant lifting. So this is, and I wanted to make sure I mentioned it right. So it's a bar. Hang on. So all right, I'll just show you here. All right. So there's a bar that Giant Lifting is about to release, and I want to let you guys know about it. So you want to pre-order today. And so they have a pre-order for the Northland Open Hex Bar. ETA is February 13th to February 20th. You can pre-order that standalone lat and low row. That's same time frame. And let's go ahead and we'll check you guys. So these are the pre-orders that are coming. So like I said, the Giant Lifting standalone lat and low row. This is not sponsored. If you order this now, it's on pre-order. It will be back in stock, estimated basically this coming February 13th, between February 13th and February 20th. I just want to let you guys know so you can take advantage of that. Then the Giant Northland Open Trap Hex Bar. I believe that Carp, you have experience with this trap bar, and he has some good things to say about it and how it held up. So it's going to have new 10-inch sleeves, which will be compatible with the previous Open Hex Bar models. So it's about $349.99. You don't have to, quite honestly, you don't have to have a bar that's this beefy, but I'd rather have something that can handle more than I can lift than have something that handles what I can lift now. And then later on down the road, as I get stronger, I end up getting stronger than my equipment, because that's how you get hurt. Your equipment fails and now you got an issue. So that is the, so that's it for the two pre-orders. See, this is on pre-order. Yeah. So the Easy Curl Bar is also in back order. So there's a bunch of stuff. If you wanted to get it through Giant Lifting, you want to order now. If you order now, you can expect to start getting your stuff between the 13th, let's say the 14th and the 20th of February. 14th and the 25th of February. All right. So there you go for that. Jason, any news with price increases with tariffs yet? That is something that I actually plan. I have two people that I'm going to try to bring on next week, actually, so we can talk about it. some of the situation is, in fact, let's see here. So here's something that I saw. I don't know if you guys saw it. So are you aware that the tariffs that Trump had on Canada and Mexico have been delayed? I don't know if you saw that, but that is the most recent thing I've seen. So I don't know if some of what you're afraid, Jay, is actually happening. In fact, I'll share the screen real quick. Like I said, I only got like 6 minutes before I got Matt's going to be coming on. I see you backstage, Matt. We got about 6 minutes, and I'll bring you on. So you got a second. All right. So the news item, and I can put this if anybody's interested. I'll put the link to this. This is USA Today. Shout out to USA Today. Send traffic to them or whatever. But basically, the tariffs on Canada and Mexico have been delayed. That's not even related. This is like a China thing. But he delayed the 25% tariff he was going to impose on imports from Canada and Mexico. So that's a 30-day reprieve for American retailers and manufacturers. I think that the biggest thing is going to, and it depends on, like I said to you when we were talking about it on the phone, it's going to depend on what the industry is. Something like gym equipment, man, there's inventory. Those tariffs are going to take effect, and they're going to start to really affect you when the current in-stock inventory runs out. The company has to buy more. Obviously, they're not going to theoretically, they're not going to go out of stock. They're going to order more. So when they reorder, that's when you can expect to see the impact of those tariff increases. So unless you're concerned because of that, like let's say you're like, well, I'm not at the point where I can make a purchase right now. I'll also say, well, if you're going to be saving up to buy something next year anyway, add 25% to what you were planning on saving. Then so by the time it gets here, interest in your bank account has worked for you, not against you, right? So but to answer your question specifically, I've got people that I've reached out to. I'm going to try to bring them on. That's why you guys don't see a thing announcing who's going to be on next week, because I'm not sure who's going to be willing to come on to talk about it. But I am working behind the scenes to try to get somebody on from a brand, not just a random person, from a brand who's willing to discuss like maybe what plans they have to try to navigate a landscape where those tariffs may or may not be in place. So I hope that answered your question. Carp said the Northland Open Trap Bar is definitely solid. Rory pulled 800 on it at his house. Yeah, I thought I remembered it being on your Instagram. Yeah, I know, Peter. Yeah, so the question isn't. So here's the thing: it's not finding somebody that knows about tariffs. It's finding somebody who's willing to talk about their corporate strategy to react to the tariffs on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, think about what I'm asking, what we're going to come on and ask people to do. Hey, I know your competitors might be listening, but what are you guys planning on doing to make sure that those tariffs don't hurt your bottom line? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying I can't do it. I'm just saying that that's the thing we're navigating, if that makes sense. All right. Jay, let's finish up here. So Jay said 10% increase on China will be saved by picking up locally from rep. Keep that energy. I don't think it works like that. Now I'm a corporate spy because I'm trying to get people to divulge their brand strategy for the next quarter. Yeah, okay, you got me. I don't have time to talk to you, Matt. You're in the UK, you're causing trouble. So I know who I do have time to talk to, and that's my man, Matt Rosenman. He is backstage. Oh, my God. Did you just say that? Joey, I'm very sad at you. No, we're not switching to 14 gauge steel. That's 3 more gauge for less money. Nobody, that's not how the gauges work. Nobody listen to that. Nobody listen to that. Anyway, so shout out to the That's to the West Coast. Everybody there in the Pacific time zone, thank you for getting up way too early with Garage Gym. Like, this is a great show. We've had a lot of fun today, and it really came out a great time for me because I had a rough week, but I was able to hang out with you guys here and have fun talking about my favorite topics. And we're going to keep it going because we got another awesome guest coming on. We're talking about gym equipment, making stuff for YouTube, talking to trolls, dealing with that, and maybe even a little bit cheat day design, diet stuff in the process. So Kevin, I hope you're still up. I know it's getting late over there in Japan. Kevin, you said you had questions that you wanted to ask Matt about diet. So if you're still watching, now's your moment in the sun has arrived. Go ahead, start getting your questions in the chat. Anybody who has any questions about anything that Matt has on his YouTube channel, which you should be subscribed to, or has any questions about diet, go ahead and get those things ready. And everybody show your love and give a warm welcome to my dude, Matt Rosenman. And I know you're used to this. You're used to people and all that. Hang on, let me settle down. First of all, I'm not sure if he's married, but calm down. Just please. Oh my God, it's got to be the glasses. You look like Clark Kent, so they start saying,
That's,
like, "Oh no,
that's what it is. That's why I leave them on."
I know, man.
Yep.
Man, thanks for being here, man. Appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna have a good time here. You see that the chat is all about it, and first of all, I'm gonna warn you now. They are subject to go off on a tangent. We got a dude from the UK. In fact, he admits it. So he's in the UK. So they're in the future in the UK from time to time. So he admits, he said, "I'm in the future. I'm just passing the trouble on because it's already happened here." Okay. Look, don't bring your problems
I
to
could
me.
use some insights. I want to know what's happening. So
that's the thing. He won't tell us like what the lottery numbers are. He won't tell us anything. He just sends the bad stuff back in time. I'm like, I don't need that. Nobody needs that grief. So let's see here. So I anticipate people are going to be asking questions, and we may not even get to all the questions that I sent.
That's fine. I am happy to be all over the place.
Let's go. All right, nothing like chaos. All right. So let's go. First of all, you got in the home gym space in 2020. Before that, you were a confirmed dyed-in-the-wool commercial gym guy.
Oh yeah.
But then after lockdown was over, a lot of people who thought like you went back to their public gyms to share space, to what I call it, rent space on the treadmill along with other people. And you said, "Nah, man, this home gym thing's got something to it." So what made you stick with it?
Yeah, I was going to like a hole in the wall, like powerlifting gym. I loved it. Like the vibe's awesome. And I do miss that a lot. And I thought that a home gym would never be for me because I am very introverted as is. I've dealt with anxiety in the past, so social situations were difficult. So I was like, I need this social interaction. And then lockdowns happened, obviously, and I started my home gym just because I had to. And it was desperation. There was nothing available. So I was starting from absolute nothing. And it was disgraceful, my original setup. But then, over the course of 2020, by the end of the year, the setup was good enough and I had spent enough money on it that I was like, all right, like I should get my money's worth and see what I can do with my space. And then I guess long story short, at that point, my wife had become pregnant. I knew a kid was on the way. So there was more appeal to having a home gym, knowing that babies throw your life for a loop and there's no such thing as a schedule anymore.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, let's try this out. And then I knew that like I'm down the street from my old gym. I knew I could go back if I really wanted to. And I know that there's appeal to having a home gym and going to a commercial gym if you can afford to anyway. But I ended up just falling in love with it. I work out first thing in the morning. I'm up at 5 and I work out before just the nonsense of the day because I feel like if I wait, something happens in my day that interferes with my workout. I love having that me time in the morning and just cutting out the commute and having to get ready and everything, just rolling out of bed, coming downstairs and having my home gym. I ended up just falling in love with it. So it started out of just pure necessity and desperation, but now I very much enjoy my setup and now I can't imagine I'll go back, but I guess never say never.
Okay, so there's something I wanted to get out of the way and this is also not on the list of questions I sent you. So the first tangent has arrived. How tall are you?
Please, I love it. How tall am I? 5'10".
5'10". Okay. So the reason
Yeah.
I asked that is because you had that video where you were talking about the hack for lat pull downs. If you're taller, if you have longer arms, you're taller. So I was like, well, how tall is this dude? Especially because you're in a basement. I was like, basement gyms and taller lifters don't always mix. So
Yeah.
okay. All right.
I'm certainly not tall by any means. I feel like I'm pretty much like right on average.
Right.
But yeah, my ceilings are just, they're low. So I'm very limited by what I could do. So a lot of the quote unquote hacks that I've had to come up with were just because of that limitation, because that's a pretty big one, especially with equipment. You know,
Yeah,
a lot of
you
it
can't
just
raise your
doesn't fit.
ceiling. You
Right.
can't raise your ceiling. So
Oh, I've
I
thought
got you.
about trying, but yeah, the logistics of it, they don't work. I'm just
If
gonna
you
move
lift-
instead.
So look at it like this: if you raise the ceiling in your basement, you're going to impact your ceiling in the rest of the house where you actually live. So just think about that. All right.
Yeah, just like a floor cutout. It would be fine.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
all right. I guess you do that.
Yeah.
I'll do it. All right. So I got it going across the bottom. You are, let's say, your main reason for creating content is cheatdesign.com.
Yeah.
Go make sure, as it says on the ticker, go check out cheatdaydesign.com. But as I said, you make a lot of content for YouTube, and that's where I discovered you, which is funny because your Instagram is ginormous, right? But I had never heard of you until I saw you on YouTube, and I was like, "Oh, who's this guy?" And I think it was one of the it might have been the Bells of Steel cable stack, because that's what I was looking for at the time. And I just saw it come across me. I was like, "Oh, that's how I was introduced to you." So, at the same time, you made a video about the pros and cons of home gym ownership, and that resonated with me because I've heard that story multiple times in the, like, I guess I really sound old when I say this. In the 2+ decades that I've had a home gym, I've seen people say, "Oh yeah, I never thought a home gym would work, but then I tried it and I was like, oh, this is perfect," and all the pros and all that kind of stuff. So let's go with this. As someone who makes videos on YouTube, and as someone who's been in both situations, commercial gym, public, and home gym, what advice would you give yourself if you had a time machine like Matt from the UK, and unlike him, you're willing to go back in time and give good advice to yourself? So let's say you go back to January 2020.
Yeah.
And you're like, "Hey man, you're gonna need to set up a home gym. All right, thing is not going away. It's gonna go away eventually, but you need to make some changes." What would you advise yourself to do? Let's say top 3 tips you would give yourself in January 2020 about setting up a home gym.
So I can easily tell you the biggest one, but it does not apply to January 2020 specifically because at that time there was no equipment available. But assume that there is. My absolute biggest one is to not just buy the cheapest stuff possible. And I am very frugal by nature, so I was always trying to find the shortcuts, going with the off brands and the knockoffs and all that. And every single piece of equipment I have in my home gym is now an upgrade over what I originally had. And you obviously lose money doing that because when you sell your equipment, you're not making back everything that you paid.
Heck no.
But every single thing that I've purchased, I have it behind me. This is my office/home gym. And I'm just looking now and I'm pretty sure that's an honest truth that I don't have a single thing. Oh, that's not true. I have a leg extension machine that I bought that was on the cheaper side that I still love. But other than that, everything I have upgraded because when you buy cheap stuff, you realize there's a reason they're so cheap. And if you spend a little bit more for better quality, it's going to last you longer. And I learned that the hard way by actually going through it. And I think a lot of people are in that boat. And that's the biggest thing that I would do is I would just pay, I'm not paying top dollar. I don't have the most expensive equipment out there, but I'm also not buying now bottom of the barrel type stuff.
So this is a video from your YouTube channel. Jared says he's seen you on YouTube. So this is the channel. I've got the links to check out Matt's channel. They're in the video description. So
there I am.
If you're watching on replay or you're watching live, the links are right there in the description. And
and that's a recent video I did. That's my current setup behind me right now.
So it looks like you kind of got the camera set up a little bit lower than your body, so it's looking
Hmm.
up at you slightly, makes you look taller. All right, I got to steal that trick. All right, because that way I can do
That's
shout out.
honestly just because I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing with content. I just pretend that I do, and it wasn't
And
until
wear
very
tank tops.
recently. And wear tank tops, sure.
That's it.
I didn't realize you could buy bigger tripods. Who knew? So I just had a smaller tripod, so it had to look up at me. And then I was like, wait, these lights look terrible. What am I doing wrong? And then I bought a taller tripod that could actually, look eye level at me.
That's
And I was like,
hilarious.
oh, that's better. You learn
But
as you go.
But if you do it right and you're wearing the tank top,
Yeah.
then because of how the lights hit your
Mm.
delts especially, it makes the muscle separation look even more pronounced. So everybody's like,
Sure.
that dude's jacked and
Well,
he's
and
tall.
you work out right before you film too.
Oh, of
'cause
course.
you gotta
Yeah.
That's
Oh yeah,
the
these are all
secret
the
of
secrets.
content creation.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of like when I was a kid in my 20s, and it's like you're gonna go out, you gotta do push-ups first. You definitely
Yeah.
can't go out without doing push-ups first.
Yeah, you need a pump.
Yeah, that's all right. It's important. It's part of it. In fact, the people who are going to see you deserve to see you at your best. So you're actually doing a good thing. You're doing something for them. It's not even for you. So yeah, I feel like that.
That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, I'll pretend it's for them.
Yeah. All right. So you get equipment sent to you now to review.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just letting this play just so people can kind of get an idea, since some people are finding out about you for the first time. So
Yeah,
this is
of
when people are
course.
getting an idea of what your setup looks like. Plus, we're helping out your watch time, right? So
Thank you.
you get equipment sent to you now to review, and so you say, well, you've upgraded stuff and you still are frugal,
Mhm.
but you're still hanging on to your Titan rack, even though you get stuff sent to you. You know what I mean? I don't know if people send you a rack yet.
I did upgrade my Titan rack though.
You did?
Well, I started with the 2x2, not knowing what I was doing.
Oh, okay.
And terrible, but like it worked for what I needed. And so now I have a 3x3, much sturdier.
Yeah, I'm about
So
to
I did
say it's
upgrade.
exciting when you're benching or squatting on a 2x2.
Yeah, exciting is the word. I do have a lot of videos of it tipping on me too, which is fantastic. But I did stick with Titan, and I think I know where your question is going, but I stuck with Titan because of the ceiling height restrictions, because
Sure.
I didn't want a short rack because they're way too short for me. So the Titan rack it gives me about an inch of clearance with my ceilings. I got the 82-inch rack,
Okay.
I believe. Or 80. Oh wow, it came on the screen as I was talking about it. The 80
Look at
inch.
That's
I think
you're
my
professional.
I think my ceiling's 82 inches. So that was why I stuck with Titan, because I would love another rack. I think there are other companies that might prefer their racks, but with that height limitation, it's usually either I can't fit it or I have to do the like 72-inch short rack, and that's just
And that's
way
too
too
short.
short. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because I think like some of those are out there, they're like 84s, and that's still too tall for what you're talking
Yeah, I
about.
can't fit
makes
that.
sense. That makes sense. But I mean, my question was basically like, what features would a new rack have to have so to get you to upgrade from what you have now? And so the number one is it's got to fit in your basement.
Yeah,
And then,
that's the toughest thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a move in my future, hopefully, and one of my priorities will be trying to find a space with taller ceilings so I won't have that limitation, but we'll see on that. But yeah, it's tough talking about, what would get me to upgrade to another squat rack, because my setup is so individualized now,
Sure.
and like it's so customized to my training style and like what I
Yeah.
want to do. And now like I have my two pulley towers that I have bolted to the back.
Right.
So a ton of racks now are kind of that all-in-one where they have, a pulley system integrated into it. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't need that at this point. I have my lever arms on the front of my rack with the adapters that I got. I got the VTS for the Smith machine inside my squat rack. So, a lot of that is already built into a lot of these all-in-one racks that come out now. But
Yeah.
I've already kind of done that one by one on my rack. So it wouldn't necessarily be an upgrade for me. It would just be tossing out everything that I've built at this point and just kind of having it. I don't know what the word is, but if it's all included in one, maybe it's a little bit more efficient,
Yeah.
efficient use of the space. But I've already built all that up on my own, that it's tough to see, another rack that would be a
Right.
must-have for me to just swap everything out.
Gotcha. Okay. And we're talking to Matt Rosenman from Matt Roseman YouTube channel. There's about 1,500 of you guys and some change watching right now. So every single one of you, do me a favor, hit like and subscribe, and then go subscribe to Matt's channel because we want to get Matt Rosenman.
I would love that.
To grow. So please, everybody, go subscribe to my guy. He's got some awesome content. You're going to continue hearing about that throughout this interview. So let's go to the comment section because I saw a question and it has to do with diet stuff. So
I love questions
here.
Hit me.
So Matt, the time traveler from the UK, says he's got a competition coming up, and he said he's doing his first focus on controlling his diet ahead of weigh-in. So instead of just doing a weight cut, he's trying to clean up the diet so some of the weight comes off naturally and more slowly. However, he said, I'm so hungry, it's harder than a max deadlift. So what would you, given this is what you do, I don't say primarily, but this is like your claim to fame, right?
Yeah.
What advice would you give him in his current situation? Can't lose strength. So go ahead.
It sucks. There's no advice I could give you that could convince you otherwise, because it does suck. The dieting is so much harder than the lifting aspect, and especially when you're trying to make weight, it's tough. The only way to make it suck less is to do it gradually, and that's like the best way to not lose your strength, because if you do it, dramatically, you're going to really feel it. Whereas if you give yourself a little bit of time, and I don't know what we're dealing with here in terms of time, so maybe this is terrible advice.
He's got a week,
but so not a ton of time, but
yeah,
we're a time traveler, right? We're talking to the time traveler, so he can maybe figure out how to manipulate it.
I didn't even think about that.
So yeah, if you do it a little more gradually over time, knowing what you have to aim for, weeks out, it does make it a little bit easier, but it's awful no matter what you do. Trying to cut weight is just tough.
So Matt, you heard how depressing that was, right? He didn't give you any like concrete information. Well, I'm better. I'm your friend, so I'm going to help you out. What you need to do, write this down. You need to get some pigless pork rinds. That's what you need. All right. And let's go with the pork rinds without the pig. And this is right here. Okay. This is pigless.
Oh, God. Yeah. What's the date on this? 4 years ago?
Hey, let's see here. 4 years ago. Yeah. Matt, one thing you'll learn about my show is if you put it on the internet, I'll find it. All right.
I didn't scrub it, so I know it's out there.
Yeah. So we got the pigless pork rinds. And this
what are my views at on that? 400 views? Oh yeah.
Hey, we're gonna get them to 401 today.
Please don't.
Pigless pork rinds. That's what my man needs. Okay, and you get those. And for one thing, I feel like after you eat, let's say, a cup of those, you'll be done. You won't even be hungry anymore. You'll be turned off of food, and then it'll be easy for you to stick to your diet because you won't be hungry at all because you're probably nauseous, to be honest with you. I'm not into pork rinds, but that being said, man, that's the kind of stuff that you were making in the very beginning. And then you're like, all right. And in fact, I wrote this down. Your 2 most watched videos
just put me on blast.
No. It's just your 2 most watched videos were a list of 35 exercises you could do with lever arms.
Yes.
And a list of 15 exercises you would do with leg extensions. The pigless pork rind video did not do as well.
No, it's down there on the list.
All right. You had a review of Grab the Gold protein cookies, which
probably also low on the list.
That's definitely the bronze medalist. So although like diet stuff is like what your brand is about, when you see that people want from you on YouTube is do equipment reviews and do exercise hacks, is it tempting for you to say, you know what, the heck with cheat day design, we're just gonna do videos on exercise stuff and equipment. That's all we're doing is product reviews every day over here on YouTube. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out how it connects later. All right. So is there ever that temptation?
Yes and no. I have a very confusing content creation history. Like I've just fallen into content creation. I never set out to do this. And I have various platforms, like I use Instagram and TikTok, and then I have YouTube and I have my website, and every single audience is kind of different. So I guess the short answer to all of this is that those horrible review videos you see on YouTube was actually just me forcing myself to create content, because at the time, that was 2020 going into 2021. I was incredibly uncomfortable on camera. I mentioned it briefly before, but I struggled with anxiety for a very, very long time, like really debilitating anxiety. And just putting myself out there was like one of the scariest and hardest things to do. So I found a really like simple entry point was just reviewing snacks. Like I eat a lot of protein food anyway, so it was a lot of protein bars and stuff. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna film these reviews and put some out and try to do, I think I was trying to do like one a month and just put it out there, try to get more comfortable in front of a camera. And I was growing an Instagram following at the time, and my account was completely faceless. Like I wanted to be behind the scenes. I didn't want to talk on camera. I didn't want anyone to know who I was. So that was just a way to force myself onto camera and get more comfortable with it. And then
Like nobody ever see this,
right?
and then I show up.
But the hope was that like some people would, like I knew it was not content to be seen by, you know, hundreds of thousands of people, but it was like, all right, knowing some people will see this, like I want to feel that discomfort to kind of get used to it a little bit. And then over time, I dabbled with the home gym equipment just simply because I thought it would be helpful for people. And then as you mentioned that like the 35 exercises you could do, and then like the one with the leg extension machine, those were just things that I had a lot of fun creating. And if you go back and watch them, they were years ago, so the videos are terrible. You could tell I'm really uncomfortable on camera, but they got a lot more views obviously than the other stuff. And I realized like that was how I found the home gym community. And obviously we're speaking now because of that. And I just realized that I really enjoy making these videos to help other home gym owners. And I've helped a lot of people be able to start their home gyms in the process. And it's been a lot more fulfilling for me to create those videos. So to like do a huge circle back to your original question, it is kind of what my focus is on videos now. I'm almost exclusively home gym content. And every once in a while, I'll dabble with some of the other stuff because on my other platforms, I do still deal with nutrition and diet and everything. But I really enjoy the home gym community now and making that content. So it is kind of exclusively what I'm doing at this point.
So just to give some people some reference, the pigless pork rind video was like, I think 400 views we said. And the 35 exercises you can do with lever arms, 175,000 views, and it's only 3 years old. Okay.
And it's crazy because a lot of those views like are still happening. And like I love to see it. That makes me really happy. But at the same time, it's kind of annoying because this video is really dated at this point. Like my setup's completely different. I have much better advice. I could create a much better video than this, but it still seems to be. And I mean, if people are listening and not seeing it right now, you can see a hack of there's just like a plank of wood inside my lever arm to make it fit on my rack and tape. Like it's just, it's a really funky setup. And I wish I could redo it, but it has content that is helpful for people. So here we are.
So there's so much to unpack in there. And Jared,
I saw you. Sorry.
No. This is perfect. Look, the worst thing when you're interviewing somebody is you ask a question and they say, yeah, probably. And you're like, okay, I'm talking more than you are. This is not good. All right. So this is actually good for me.
All right, good.
But Jared, I saw your question about the pork rinds, and I will ask that right after I ask this.
I can see the question, and I could answer it for you right now if you want.
No, I want to say this thing, and then we'll go to the pork rinds.
All right, fine.
So, well, it's just what I'm thinking about, because you said that you wish you could reshoot the video, and I think that part of the reason why it continues to be popular is because while you are at a different point because you've had time to upgrade, a lot more people are starting out and they're where you were when you made the video. So I love this about YouTube. it still has value for everyone who's
Yeah.
at that point in their journey where you were when you made the video. So to me, it's not invalid. I mean, I've got like an old video I did about a kerosene heater, and I'm there in my slides. It just looks, it's horrible production value, but that video still has value for anybody who's at that point who's like, I just need to keep my gym.
Of course.
I've got another video that I really don't like too much, and it's a Spud Ink, the what you call the pulley, Spud Ink Econo pulley, right? I've got the bells are still single stack now. But there's somebody out there who doesn't have that. They're looking for a cable pulley option. That video still helps them, even though it's older. And it's also not intimidating to them if they see my setup isn't like super whatever, because they're like, oh, yeah, I could do that, you know?
Yeah.
So I think there's huge value in that.
Totally. And then they could discover your content through it and then, you know, see where you've made it to from that point, you know, if they do want to upgrade. So yeah, there's still a ton of value there. You're right.
And the only thing, we're going to come back to this, the only thing that's annoying about it is people sometimes ask me questions about older videos for stuff I don't have anymore. And I'm like,
yeah,
either I've already answered that question a bunch of times, and I'm like, dude, you literally could scroll through some of the comments and find the answer, or I honestly don't remember and I don't even know what to tell you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the first question before we go too far off it is the pork rinds thing. So Jared,
we're still on the pork rinds.
Hey, we're coming back to pork. Everything goes back to pork rinds.
Always, right?
Everything, yeah.
I don't think real quick, I don't think I've ever eaten an actual pork rind before.
Okay, so
these
answers part of that
pork
question.
rinds are just vegan. I don't even remember what they were made out of. I mean, I ate these. So I'll answer the question if I'm still into these pork rinds. No, I was never really into them. The company sent them to me to review, and that was kind of what kickstarted me wanting to, you know, film reviews. I was like, oh, if they're going to send me this product to review, then sure, easy content.
Good. Yeah, all I gotta do is make a video.
They were surprisingly fine, but yeah, I don't remember what they were made out of. I haven't sought them out. Trader Joe's sell something similar that I have purchased before. I don't think they call them pork rinds, but yeah, no, it's not my thing.
Where you live?
Michigan.
Okay. All right. You said Trader Joe's, so I was like, all right. So I'm thinking about like what like we have Sprouts down here. I think we've got Trader Joe's also, but it just depends.
I feel like Trader Joe's is everywhere, but yeah. If I said Kroger, I feel like you might not know what that is then.
No, we got Kroger.
Really?
Well, yeah. Right. So we have Kroger. What we don't, but then if I was in California, they had Anderson's, for example.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Exactly. So it's just like what's available. All right. Got another
pork rind question.
No more pork rind questions.
So we got to move on.
Yeah, they're talking about your about your ceilings, and I wanted to.
I'd rather talk about pork rinds, but that's fine.
So let's see here. Matt said his problem is he'd be in the living room and he'd fall through the cutout. If you just like to do the cutout, he said I'd fall.
No,
through the
it's
cutout.
like you do it like at the fire station. Just you know how they just have the pole down the middle. It's just quick access to the gym. It would be fine. Just don't think about the logistics too much. It would work.
It would get everybody to the gym quickly. I'll say that.
Yeah. Right.
I didn't say safely, but they'll all be down there fast. All right. Whether that's where you were going or not, that's where you are. All right? Carlos said he works out early just like you do because he wants to get it in before his brain wakes up and stops him. Is that why you do it?
I get it. I just do it because it's the only hour or two of peace in my day. Now I have 2 kids. I have a toddler and a baby, and the days are just and I work from home. You know, I'm sitting in the basement right now where my gym is and my desk, and it's just chaos all day. So that, you know, hour in the morning is my only time of peace. So that's why I do it. Hated it in the beginning and then kind of just got used to it. Waking up that early is never easy, but it's necessary.
Yeah. I mean, one thing about that is, so when I was in the military, people always like, man, we get up or whatever. Well, yeah, but you also go to bed earlier. So,
yeah,
you know, I mean, there's like the occasional, and plus you're young, but there's the occasional night when you stay up late. But for the most part, you go to bed early enough so that you don't even have to wake yourself up. You just automatically get up because you've slept for 8 hours, you know, and you just
there's no occasional staying up late for me. Like I didn't make it on New Year's. No.
I mean, like when I was when I was in the military and I was younger. There was like the
Mm.
occasional late night, but for the most part, I just went to bed early, and I
Yeah.
didn't have a problem with getting up early. Same thing
Yeah.
now. And Carp said there's also a lot of, in fact, I'm sorry, Carp's Gym, which is also a YouTube channel that everybody needs to check out. He's got these awesome t-shirts like I'm wearing right here. All right. Not
look at that.
sponsored, not sponsored, but I
Great
just love
plug.
the shirt. But he said there's a lot of value in starting cheap, because then you actually know for yourself what you didn't know before. And then once you get something nicer, you appreciate it because you see the value of it. So like you appreciate your rack now because you went through the 2x2 rack. And I find that when I went for a long time with only 3x3 racks, and people would ask me questions about this, let's go with the word budget, this budget rack or that budget rack. And I couldn't answer their questions because I had no idea, because I never used one.
Sure.
So I bit the bullet, and we went for a year, my wife and I, where I've had a Macolo, I had the Major Fitness, I had
all the big Amazon brands.
Yeah, there was another one that I was just like, I mean,
Are they 2x2s?
Some of those. So the Macolo was a 2x2. The Major Fitness was I think 2x3. So yeah, so now I'm buying J hooks, because the J hooks to fit with it was horrible. So I'd have to buy J hooks to fit them. So now I got a bunch of J hooks on the shelf downstairs that I don't use anymore. But basically I went through the budget stuff, and now I'm able to comment on these budget brands because I've used their stuff, and I feel like for what I do, it's better. But would I do that to myself on purpose? Heck no. I would immediately go 3x3.
Yeah.
So let's go. This is a very important question. Are you going to HomeGymCon?
Probably not. I know I was bummed that I missed it last year, and I would like to, but I don't think it's in the cards for me. We'll see, though. Maybe I could swing it, but I don't know. It's going to be tough.
So you've been to the Arnold. Bells of Steel actually took you to the Arnold. I don't know if they took.
Oh yeah, I got my lanyard somewhere behind me.
I don't mean like you rode with them.
There's a terrible view. I should.
I meant like you. It's
over here.
All right. So when I say they took you to the Arnold, you didn't like ride in their car with them, but you were part of you were a sponsor athlete for them at the Arnold. And you've never been to HomeGymCon. I can tell you that, having been to both, you will enjoy HomeGymCon.
Oh, I would imagine I would enjoy it significantly more. I don't think the Arnold is particularly enjoyable. It is way overcrowded, and there's not a ton there. That's like, now there's a little bit more home gym equipment, which is kind of cool to see. But it's samples of pre-workout and protein coffee and stuff, and like it's cool to walk around for like 20 minutes, but then you're kind of just over it.
Yeah. You're there to see specific competitions. You go to that and you just stay there, because otherwise you get overloaded.
Totally. It's way overcrowded. It's 20-year-old gym bros that I've aged out of that demo, that like I don't even feel like I fit in there at this point. But yeah, I'm driving distance to where the Arnold is in Columbus. So I've been able to establish a good relationship with Bells of Steel, just being an affiliate. Right. Just from like that video that you talked about, the lever arm video. Right. I'm just signed up as an affiliate, so I've been able to chat with the team a lot, and they reached out and asked me if I wanted to go to the Arnold, and they didn't have to fly me out. They didn't have to put me up anywhere, so it wasn't like a huge expense. It was just like, hey, come by and meet the team that you haven't met in person and hang out. So I got to do that, and it was awesome. I just went for the day, and everyone at that company is incredible.
Oh yeah,
I had a great time.
I'm a huge fan. I feel sometimes like when I tell people that I'm a fan of Bells of Steel, the fact that I'm an affiliate affects how they perceive me saying that. But I've been a fan of theirs before they sent me anything, right? And most of it, man, is just how they treat you and how cool they are with each other. And like I like, supporting people who are just good people in general. Yeah. And then I think they make a quality product too. So 100%.
Totally. And I think a lot of people get the wrong idea about like what affiliates even are. And like I had the wrong idea, I think, before I got into it. And like you could be an affiliate for any company, like all it does is give you an affiliate link, and
Yeah.
you get a lot of these companies, they give you 3% of a sale, so it's nothing.
Yeah.
Like if you sell a cable attachment, you make $1 or
Yeah.
whatever it is, and it's like
Yeah.
I'm signed up as an affiliate so that if somebody shops through my link, I get a little extra money. It's not,
Yeah.
income. It's just a little extra spending money to put back into the gym, basically. But I think a lot of people see it and think that you're biased and that like
Oh, you
you're
sold out.
working
I'm
for the
like,
company. And it's just like, even if they send you equipment, all these companies like Bells of
yeah.
Steel and other companies that have sent me stuff, if they want me to review something, like point blank, I say up front, like if I don't like something, I'm gonna say it. And
Yeah.
I have a video for a rower that I reviewed that I
I
am
saw
not
it.
a rower, but they
Yeah.
sent it to me and I was like, I'm gonna be on, like I'll review this,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna be honest. And I didn't like it. And I
Right.
uploaded the video and they said thank you and moved
That was
on
that.
because
Yeah.
that was the deal. So it's just like, just because you have an affiliate link with someone doesn't mean you have a bias towards them. Like it's not money that I need. Like I don't need a commission of you
Right.
buying lever arms. It's a nice to have, but like it
Yeah.
means nothing to me if you actually buy the product or not. So I think a lot of people get the wrong idea of when you're signed up as an affiliate for these
Yeah.
companies.
I think like when I tell people like if you buy something and use our link, it's gonna support the show. It's like that's another. It's kind of like my way of saying like you could become a channel member, and I keep that nice and low, so it's like 99 cents a month, right? But if you're buying this thing, but essentially you're just supporting it. It's like, oh, I want to support you. That's what, and what I get out of it is I'm supporting you, and I get to see some videos that other people don't see. But my thing is, this doesn't cost you anything extra. So if you were going to go buy this thing anyway, you use my
Of
affiliate link,
course.
it gives me credit because I'm the reason you discovered it.
Right.
So that's whatever, right? And that's that.
Yeah.
For some reason, Carlos said we need more pork rind questions. He said, I used to
Yes.
love pork, but I haven't eaten in over a quarter century because he's old.
Boy, have I got a product for you. It's called Pigless Pork Rinds. I don't even remember what the company was called. Yeah,
I will
go to my
provide that
channel.
link. Yeah, go to his
Go
channel
back,
and check it out.
sort by date, go to the very last video you can find, and there you
Yeah,
go. Pigless
that-
pork rinds.
that's all you got to do. Yeah. Michael Brantley said he's talking about when you said that you go to sleep early. He said, I brought in New Year's around 9 p.m. I was out. He said, I can't remember the last time I've seen 12 a.m.
12 a.m. does not exist anymore. That's why.
Dude. Oh my God. This actually, there are a lot more pork rind things than I anticipated. Matt
Yeah.
said we have different types of pork rinds in the UK. We call them scratchings. We have hard and fluffy. The hard ones have more pork fat and a thicker crunch. That sounds horrible.
Hard and fluffy.
Like, you know how like when you eat something that's too greasy and you feel like that thing in your chest? I felt that when I read that sentence.
It sounds like a pork rind.
I felt it like right in my, like, oh God.
The hard ones have more pork fat in it. No.
And now this is a threat. He said, John, if you come to the UK, we'll do a UK snack review video. See what you think about snackage. I might be
do a
willing to do
pork
it.
rind, a UK pork rind video.
So we are planning on going to the UK. We're not sure if it's going to be this year or next year, but we've been planning on going to the UK just in general, my wife and I. And I want to say there's a thing that you guys have over there. I have zero interest in. It's either like a kidney thing or a liver thing. And I'm like, as long as you don't try to feed that to me, we'll be all right. I'm willing to try a lot of things, but
yeah, but they probably have like a cool name for it, so you wouldn't even know.
I will research. I got Google in my hip. Okay, see this thing right here?
All right, fine.
This thing will tell you everything you need to know. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, Carp said people will buy a lot from people they like, know, and trust. So if you feel like you know the owner of Bells of Steel or the people that work there, you're more likely to buy from them. At least I am, and Kayvon's been on the show before. Andrew and Kat have been on the show. There was like literally they're all really, really cool people. All right. So let's get back to the actual questions that I had for you. You mentioned in your video about potential like your predictions for not just this year, but just in general, right?
Sure.
And one thing you mentioned was the possibility of a subscription model for home gym equipment in your bold predictions video. That was not very popular. I looked at your comment section, and there were people who were definitely, they had zero interest in that concept.
Mhm.
In fact, let me go see if I can see your comment. Okay, yeah, there we go. We'll go ahead and because I plan on doing that anyway. So let's go look at this comment section. There's some hilarious things in here. So you mentioned a lot of things. This guy said I'm here for all of it except the monthly subscription, because he said the customer never wins with those models. And then I think somebody else said a thing about the subscription thing, right? I see. Oh, my guy from Gymcrafter actually looked on here, was on there. All right, yeah. So he says, dude thinks I'm gonna pay a subscription for a gym that's on my own property. That was the comment. I was like, I gotta find that. I gotta pull that comment up. That's hilarious.
I mean, great point.
Yeah. So, but I look at it like, okay, we buy home gym equipment, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a home gym owner for a long time, think of how often you say, oh, I'm going to upgrade to another attachment. I already got an attachment that does the same thing, but now I want to upgrade to this other one. Well, now, but imagine if instead of having to buy each one at the full price, you're able to use your subscription to buy attachments, just attachments, not necessarily power racks, but like attachments and things like that. I can see that working. Has any company reached out to you and say, hey, this might not be too bad idea, we want to talk to you more about it?
No, and based on the comments, I'm thankful because I can't attach my name to that idea. Everyone will hate me.
Okay.
But no,
Unless
I think
it works.
so. Unless it works, sure, which it might. But
who would have thought that people would buy a subscription for suits and jackets?
Well, sure. I presented it a little bit, aggressively, because the idea of my video was bold prediction. So you got to kind of just like, throw it out there and see. But I do think there's some merit to like, maybe you don't call it a subscription model. Maybe it's just like a membership type model. But like, so many of these companies will put out a pre-order for something and it'll sell out in seconds. So I could see something to there being some sort of membership model where it's like, you get first dibs. So like we're opening up pre-orders for whatever brand new piece we have coming out, and all the members have exclusive access. Or, if there are certain variations of a piece of equipment that comes out, maybe it's a member exclusive. I could see there being a lot of value in that and a lot less pushback from the community versus an actual subscription model where you're paying and then upgrading, a cable attachment or a barbell or something. Because I think you're only going to do that so often. So paying an ongoing subscription might be tough, but I could actually see along those lines some form of a membership like that actually working.
So are you familiar with Keith from the No Wine Cellar?
No.
Okay. I figured you weren't, because you said that thing about, about getting barbells at some point you stop. I think somebody, Eric, Carp, you guys who know, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know what the exact number is. Last time I counted, he had like 30 barbells. 30 and counting, and the numbers going up. And I don't knock that. I'm just saying, for somebody in that situation who loves barbells, and to be honest with you, he might give away or sell bars like when he gets to the point where he can't store another one. He might be like, oh well, I'll just give this one away or whatever. But he enjoys getting new bars for his gym. So it's people like that I'm saying, oh yeah, why wouldn't you? Because that's not too different from some of the ways that the affiliate models used to work, where people would get stuff all the time and you get it first because you're an affiliate. So I thought that'd be kind of interesting.
30 barbells is aggressive. That's a lot.
Oh yeah? Well, Eric said Keith just got more last week.
31 barbells is a lot.
I'm just telling you. Keith is, and he said, yeah, and also Joey said, and this is a good point, around 30 is right for Keith. And Keith also has groups come train at his gym every week because he's got more than enough bars. He doesn't have 30 barbells worth of people come over.
Put them to good use.
But yeah, he has it's like a Friday night and maybe a Saturday too, but he's got a thing where people just come and work out with him. So yeah. Michael Brantley said it's maybe an unpopular opinion, but cell phone companies do it. some people pay a monthly fee for a phone and it contributes to the trade-in. He said, I can see it happening. And once I started thinking about it,
Yeah.
it's one of those ideas is like, you can't have like the knee-jerk reaction. You got to say, well, how is that different from what we already have? And is it too big a step? So, and I don't think it is too big a step. I think
that was what I talked about in my video too, was that the iPhone is like everyone, or not everyone, people will pay however much money it is to be able to then upgrade to the new phone in 2 years or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it's basically that you're just paying money to go towards your future upgrade. So yeah, it could happen.
So let's see here. Jared says Keith has a small commercial gym in his basement. Oh yeah. And then there's also people who have like, they got a garage. So like my guy Jonathan from No Fate, he's got a gym in his garage and one in his basement. Well, are you gonna like go all the way downstairs just to get the barbell because you're doing what you're doing that day if you happen to be upstairs? Let's say you want to train and open the garage door, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not going all the way downstairs just to get a bar. Knocking pictures off the wall. Nah, we're gonna have a bar upstairs.
That's why you need at least 30.
Yeah, you gotta. I mean, and I don't know how many houses Keith has either, so I don't want to limit anybody. This is the last thing I'm going to talk about UK cuisine. He says we have lots of stuff, steak and kidney pies. I knew that. I knew it.
Ew, man.
Blood pudding. That sounds like a no. And liver and onion, same category as no. He said, but we also do some good food. Okay. All right. Yeah.
What's a kidney pie?
Don't ask questions
Or
like that.
blood pudding for that matter. Like liver and onion, okay. Like people eat organ meat, so like serve it up with some onion.
Just when
whatever.
you say organ meat, that doesn't sound like something I want to.
Don't hear what I'm not saying. I think it sounds terrible. But that one I could at least see. Kidney pies and blood pudding, I could probably do without. Or maybe like try to come up with a better name.
There's a reason we declared independence from them. We don't like how they do things. Think about it. There's a connection. Declare independence, right?
Yeah.
All right. So let's see here. This is random, but Eric said there's an email update from Rep. The Clever handles were supposed to ship on January 31st, and now it's moved to March 10th. Yikes!
That's a big push.
Shout out to everybody who's loving those handles and is willing to wait.
You don't have a choice at this point.
I'm gonna say, look, if you're gonna wait that long, just pick them up at HomeGymCon. That's just
fair.
Oh, and this is a good point. Keith also has strongman in his garage now, so that was all powerlifting stuff that we talked about. He also has strongman in there that he does. So,
how big is this garage? I don't know who Keith is. But
it's actually a basement. It's a basement. It's a no what? Well,
that's even more impressive.
So let's go. Now you're making me do it. Okay, none of this was supposed to happen today. Yeah, all right. No wine cellar. All right. Okay. Come on.
I'm expecting the largest basement I have ever seen.
I don't know if it's that.
I can't.
Some of it is just how
imagine fitting 3 barbells in my basement.
All right, so here you go. So this is the no wine cellar. Let's go right here. See that?
Mm-hmm.
So it goes pretty much. It looks like the length of the house, I would say. But people will say, "Hey, like this is actually from Gluck," and he's talking about in this post. He was talking about going up to visit Keith. That was from 2022. All right. So, I mean, you're at the point where you can't even see the entire gym anymore because he's got so much stuff. This is the 10-year anniversary of how it started, and not even, now look at that. This is under his house.
Yeah, it's a legit gym.
I'm telling you, man. People travel. So, okay, this is what he added in 2024. 12-inch rackable log, axle bar, crash cushions from Abmat, some crash pads from Yes for All, Denny Stone handles, deadlift jack stands from a local welder. Shout out to him. Some sandbags, so 12-inch log.
Going full strongman.
I'm telling you, and he still has all the powerlifting stuff. So I just wanted you to see that. You need to go ahead and
that's pretty
follow
amazing,
my man.
All right.
So yeah, I'm happy to give shout out to the No Wine Cellar. Actually, sometimes he's watching, so I wouldn't be surprised if he sees the replay of this and is like, "Hey, shout out to you, Keith. That's my guy."
All right, you got a new fan, new follower. right here.
In fact, I owe Keith. I told him that the next time I see him, he loaded weights for me when I was at HomeGymCon, and I was trying to establish a PR or find out what my max was in the conventional deadlift, and he loaded for me. So I was like, I got to return the favor next time I see him. I'll load all his weights for him. So shout out to him. Now let's. The main gym is in the basement. The garage annex is for strongman training.
Of course, who doesn't have one of those?
All right. Let's talk about comments that you get, because we, this is a good segue because we just showed some comments on a video.
Yeah.
How do you handle, I mentioned sometimes you get comments and it's about something that's super old.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still try to respond to all of your comments? Because people would judge reviewers on that and like, well, do you respond to comments? And I'm like, I try, but I mean,
yeah, so because I grew my following on Instagram primarily, and I have, over 300,000 followers there.
yeah,
it was a slow build, but I learned in that process that like you'll get comments early on from people that follow you and care. And then
right.
as the days and weeks roll on, all the other people start finding your content, and a lot of it is just like the cesspool of the internet just crawling out and finding the comment section. And I found that to be pretty consistent. Now, there are always going to be people that are reaching out that actually want some real help.
Right.
But I've kind of just taken that approach at this point where in the first, with YouTube, I give it about a week when I upload my video and I try to answer all of the comments. And then after that point, like my lever arm video from 4 years ago that are still getting comments, I'm not at this point replying to them because there are some people with legitimate questions, but keeping up with that, there's so much nonsense mixed into it of just like nasty people for no reason that I just kind of let it go. So if someone finds me and they get upset that I'm not answering a comment on an old video, that's okay. The trade-off for me and my just overall well-being is not worth it of dealing with all of that nonsense. So I answer as many as I can early on with my new videos and then kind of just let it sit.
Yeah, you gotta like kind of filter out some of the negativity. I still, like I said, man, I still try. And then sometimes I'll get a question, and so I still look at them.
Yeah.
Okay. And sometimes I'll get a question, and it'll be like, "Oh, that actually made me think." So then I definitely am gonna go answer it. But I just don't like it when you ask me something that you could have literally just scrolled back through the comments to find out, and I realize what we do kind of leads people to want to come to us first.
Yeah.
But when you're asking me something that you could find out the same way I'm going to find out by going to the website and looking.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
I'm like, I mean, come on, dude. Like,
yeah.
I'm not your dad. Okay. I'm not your dad. All right. My kids, I only got one kid under double digits. All the rest are grown. I'm not your dad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But with all that being said, let's go look at some weird comments from one of your videos.
Oh, God, which one?
Oh, it's gonna happen. So let's see here. What is this here? We're gonna go. Yeah, controversial opinions. You did it to yourself with the title.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did that to myself.
So this is it, right? So it's controversial opinion. 5 home gym.
Oh man, this is the one where I wore the pink shirt. And so many idiots in the comments were on me about wearing a pink shirt. I thought that was so funny. Of all the things.
Yeah, like
anyway,
everybody was like,
right,
you're wearing your wife's shirt. And see, I thought it was because the shirt was tight. I said, well, all his shirts are tight. But
yeah,
anyway,
maybe. But no, a lot of it was because it's pink. And I was like, are you kidding me? So I've worn it on purpose since then, knowing that it bothers people. I love it.
So let's see here. I also like when you could tell that somebody's on there just to debate with you. They actually want to make a statement like, okay, yeah, well, I'm great because of this, right? So, and then here's this guy. If you need thicker padding on a machine, don't, obviously don't buy another one or get the company to make something good. Oh no, just get this. If you need thicker padding on a machine, get an electric stapler,
obviously
a pad, maybe some wooden lag bolts. Then go to someplace like Hobby Lobby and buy some firm foam. It's not cheap, but soft foam is a waste of money.
Yeah.
rip off the pads, strip them, add the foam pads, staple the vinyl on, then use whatever the pad at underneath, or cut up some 2x6s, which you're going to probably have to buy as well from Home Depot or Lowe's, or bigger to make wood pads for the foam. Use your lag bolts or some other bolts with nuts to attach the pad. Now, note, you cannot attach nuts to bolts after the vinyl usually, so that's why lag bolts are good.
It's crazy that everyone doesn't know this already, and like, why isn't everyone doing this?
Be 100% sure to buy wood without any knots, or you might get hurt if the wood breaks at a knot. I worked at a small company years ago that made weight machines. So let's just.
That's really funny because that has nothing to do with anything I even talked about. Why would I be talking about the padding on a machine?
That's why it's the perfect comment. That's why it's perfect. I'm like, yeah. That's why that jumped out to me. I said, oh, that's the one we're reading first.
I just need people to listen to my advice.
Complete tangent. Has nothing to do with anything. And I'm not doing any of that stuff. I am 100%.
That's so much work.
Yeah, or I could just buy the freaking thing that fits, that has all that stuff already done by the people at the factory. Like, why would I buy something and then do half of their work for them when I already paid?
It sounds like also spend like a decent amount of money on all these upgrades too. It doesn't seem worth it at all.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. So
that was a great effort though.
Yeah. So let's say that. All right, let's see. Here's another one. One thing that's super easy to do if you have the space for it, just make your own attachments and rack. Voila.
Super easy to do.
I made my own power rack, my own surplus strength style pulley system. So yeah, okay. So I didn't pay an American business money. I went ahead, I just made it myself. Bar attachment for T-rows and a bunch of other attachments. I use 7-gauge steel to make all of my attachments and the rack.
Yeah,
whereas commercial racks and attachments use 11-gauge steel or even powder coat.
Garbage.
All this cost me, drum roll please, around $1,600. I got 365 pounds worth of weight plates and barbells included. Put it at $2,000 with a set of True Lap adjustable dumbbells. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, Zach Gouge on 64.96.
And I bet he did that all without wearing pink too.
And that was one weekend. Yeah, one weekend.
And honestly, a power rack and a pulley system for $1,600 is not a good deal.
No, none of this.
Not sure. I mean, maybe he built the most incredible attachments known to man, but that's something. Wow, good for you.
Exactly. So I'm trying to see if there's anything that is actually.
See, it's just people see. So this video had more views, right? It had like however many tens of thousands of views.
So I go on here and
people
I'll make
just
a
see
comment.
that. So it's like this.
It.
Yeah, people will see this if I make my comment here.
Yeah. Jeez, that's what it is. All right. So
I bet you can find that comment on other videos too across YouTube of them. Like, I need somebody to hear this. I need people to know I built my own rack. Go on the Home Gym Reddit. I'm sure it's there.
So my guy, Paul Carter from Carter Home Gym said, I started my home gym on the cheap, but once I realized how much I enjoyed training at home, I slowly upgraded over time. Put a lot of money into it at this point, and I don't regret it at all. My budgeting goals change over time, and my space is a reflection of that. Now, I picked his comment because you replied to it. Yep. And you said, this is exactly what I should have opened my video with because I couldn't agree more. And then you went on. So I think that's the Spartacus wanted a video tour, and you went ahead, you got him that video tour. So shout out to you for being responsive. I just think, man, that when you look at stuff like that, it's I wanted to show that because it's like it shows like the comments that we're gonna respond to, versus the ones that make it just just roll your eyes and just say the heck with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah, there are people that want to, have a conversation or actually ask you questions, and then there are people that just want to talk at you. It's like, okay,
yeah, exactly.
You can comment to yourself.
Last 3 questions from me, and then we'll let you get out of here and get back to your actual work day. Actually, 4. What's the status of the home gym workout routine you posted about making?
When did I post about that? So I guess the status is that it's non-existent because I don't even remember posting.
So a few months ago, you said, somebody said, would you ever do like a routine showing, because it was on one of your hack videos, and they're like, well, would you ever do a workout routine?
Did I tell them maybe? Or
you said
doing it?
You said you're working on it.
Well, I think I lied.
Okay.
No, but to be honest, that's something that's always in the back of my mind that I want
Okay.
to do, and then I keep psyching myself out and
Mm,
not doing it because I don't think many people actually care, and I have got imposter syndrome like nobody's
I got you.
business when I make content, and it's just like I like there are these big names, and they have the physique and the personality to do their workout routines, and I'm not that YouTube personality. So I guess I didn't lie. I have planned that out, and there are many times where I write down like I want to film this workout, and I think this would be a good one to do, and then I just don't do it.
Just don't do it.
So
Oh boy.
at some point, maybe. Are we back on pork rinds? What's going on?
That's where we ended up. It's like just grab some pork rinds. You know what? That's actually a T-shirt. Man, just grab some pork rinds and sit down. That should be your answer to everybody. Man, eat some pork
There
rinds.
you go.
So here's what because I'm a solutionist. I mentioned this before. I like to give people options that'll solve problems they're having. And so to help you with the imposter syndrome, I need you to gain weight. You need to get fat. And
Mhm.
then do your workout, because body positivity will make it so that people can't really talk trash to you too much, because you get all the body
I think you
positivity.
underestimate
But
the
you'll get the
internet.
positivity people coming to your defense,
We'll
right?
see.
You gotta
I don't
make some
know.
you gotta
See if
make
my
some
fragile
t-shirts.
ego can handle it.
Now, you can't be partially fat. You gotta be like, it's gotta be disgusting.
I gotta go for
You
it.
gotta be fat enough to be
It's gotta be
majestic.
disgusting.
You gotta be
Got
fat enough to be majestic, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. And you're still wearing tight clothes, and their shirt is like, you come on, you just say, "Love me as I am," or "No, I am enough." Yes, you need a shirt that
Hey.
says "I am enough," and then make your workout video. And you said,
All
"I want it.
right.
I want training to be accessible to everyone." I think you can do it. I support you
Man,
100%.
I've
I will share
read the
your video.
comment sections, and I don't see that ending well, but I'll let you know. Hopefully, when that happens, you can be the first to comment.
I will.
Professor Clump.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. All
All
right, now
right, on it.
seriously, I mentioned your content through cheatdaydesign.com. So as we wrap
Yeah.
up, talk a little bit about the services that you provide in your website.
Yeah. So, like I said, my whole content creation is very confusing, and I feel like I could talk about it for hours. So I won't do that. But Cheat Day Design was my graphic design company that I started years and years ago. It was for the fitness industry. I thought it would be really cool. I have a graphic design, history. So I wanted to do freelance work, and I wanted to do it in the fitness space so I could meet like-minded people. And that was a really cool thing for me to start doing. And then I fell into the content creation side of it, mostly on Instagram. So my handle is Cheat Day Design over there.
Okay.
And it kind of just like it snowballed into being just content creation and not graphic design anymore. So my blog it's a lot of macro related
Right.
stuff, nutrition and macros, so calories, fat, protein, carbs. So I do a lot of fast food menu breakdowns. Basically, you can go to it and there are these little infographics where you could see the menu and the macro breakdowns. I've built a bunch of tools for tracking macros. I've got Starbucks, Dunkin'. I got a way to calculate your own macros. So I do a lot of that stuff. Most of what I post is nutrition related. I dabble with the fitness content, and now having done more fitness content on YouTube, I'm kind of doubling down, and I've been starting to turn some of those into blog posts. So if you're someone that prefers reading, which I actually like doing, I like reading someone's firsthand experience. So I've done some fitness content there as well, but that's essentially in a nutshell what my website is. Cheat Day Design, the name was just my design company, and it got to a point where I just was stuck with it. So it doesn't really make sense as my website or as my Instagram handle at this point, but it's just what people know me as. So it's stuck. And yeah, so it's
Oh, I
kind of
got
like
you.
two different worlds, because on YouTube it's mostly all home gym stuff, but I prefer that. The content I'm making on YouTube now is strictly just for A, my enjoyment, and B, to help other people, because I've just kind of fallen in love with this process of building my home gym. And on social media, on the other side of it, there's less interest. There's less of that community. There are some people that do care about the home gym life, and I always just direct them to YouTube for that, because anytime I've tried to post stuff like that on Instagram, it doesn't perform because my audience is expecting other stuff. So it's kind of two different avenues, somewhat related, nutrition and fitness and
Yeah.
all that. It's all kind of the same world, but I am kind of doing the two separate things there. But I don't plan to stop doing the YouTube videos. It's different and it's less frequent than my other content, just because long form content, is a lot more time consuming. But
Right.
yeah, that's all the content I do. So if you find me on other platforms, it's going to be different than home gym stuff, but hopefully it's still interesting because it is, like I said, in the same, world.
I mean, I actually think that there's a tremendous connection because if you have a video, then you're going to have people ask you, like, well, okay, for example, here's a question right here. What's your macros, right? Your fats, protein, and carbs and percentages, right?
Hmm.
Even if you're just doing a video and you get the tank top on, people are going to ask you, well, what's your diet look like? So you can always
Yeah.
refer them to Instagram and say, well, I've got this, or you refer them to the website, I've got this right there. And the other thing is, you were talking about imposter syndrome. But I will say, I mean, I feel that too because I'm not in shape right now, right? I mean, I'm in better shape than I was earlier. Well, not earlier in the year. Yes, earlier in the year. But I mean, last year I'm in better shape than I was last year, and it's
Hmm.
improving. But it's not like I was, let's say, 3 years ago. And I have this firm belief that if you're going to make content that's fitness or even fitness adjacent, you kind of have a responsibility to not let yourself be like just everybody else, because like it or not, people are looking at you for not just guidance, but they want to know that it's possible and that you know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And while I know a lot of people who are very strong and who are not in what you call aesthetically pleasing shape,
Hmm.
you can't walk around with a bench press which are locked out all the time, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of gotta, if you're gonna do this stuff, I think that it serves you if you're in shape. Um, and so I think that it's kind of a mix of, like, you say, okay, well, this is the gym equipment that I use, and I think you should do this. In the process of the video, somebody sees you using it, they want to know what your diet is like. And you
Hmm.
can then easily direct them to your website, which is not
Yeah.
something that a lot of people can do. You just say, oh, well, just go check out the website. It's got all the
Right.
stuff you need to know there. So I like that.
Hmm.
But specifically to the question, what are your macros?
I haven't tracked in a long time. I purposely stopped tracking because it was just kind of messing with me. Like, I was meticulously tracking for, man, I don't know how many years. So currently I have absolutely no idea. I am just trying to eat, hopefully in a little bit of a surplus. I'm not tracking, so I don't know for sure, but I've been trying to put on a little bit more size. Um, but my focus is really just protein. I try to just focus everything I eat around protein. When you're not tracking, that's just the easiest way to do it. Make sure you're hitting your protein first. And obviously, if you're trying to gain weight, make sure your calories are high enough. And then everything else just kind of falls into place. So right now, who knows?
Do you use the plate method?
Uh,
You know what I'm talking about?
no, but I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So for anybody who doesn't know, it's basically you take a plate, put your hand on it. There's like this much of the plate is like your steak. This much of it is your carbs,
Yeah.
kind of thing. Yeah. All right.
From tracking and measuring for so long, I feel like I've just like got it
You just
down now
eyeball it.
that I just, yeah, because
Okay.
I did the food scale forever.
Right.
So it's like I know the precise measurements and everything, which
Gotcha.
is helpful, but yeah, I'm happy to not do that anymore.
So remember I told you that subscription thing might work. Carp said that Fringe is kind of doing that now with their newsletter. You can sign up for early access for the Dane 2.0 if you're signed up for it. So it's not quite subscription, but it's inching closer to it.
Yeah, that kind of like an
Uh,
insider, but yeah, that's
yeah.
next.
Michael Brantley is inspired to look buff in a pink t-shirt like you. He said, no lie, that's his goal. So there you go.
Just buy one size too small and you're halfway there.
Okay, and then you're there. That's what Jonathan says he does. What do you have coming up next that we should be on the lookout for? And how can people sign up for your newsletter and follow you on social media? Go ahead and give your contact info.
Yeah, if you just go to my website, that's going to be the easiest thing because my handle's kind of different everywhere. Cheat Day Design, singular design. A lot of people put an S on the end. Cheat Day Design is my website. It has all my social media links. You can get to me on YouTube from there. There's a newsletter sign up if you want. My newsletter, I do a lot of recipes, protein focused recipes. So my newsletter blasts those out when I have a new YouTube video. I put that out and I'll always tease what I'm working on as well. So all that is in my newsletter if you want to sign up there. But otherwise, like content wise, I am always just coming up with stuff on the fly. I don't have a long list of home gym related content. It's always a matter of if I get something to review, I'll prioritize that. And otherwise, I am quite literally just listening to the people that reach out to me and tell me what they want to see. So I think this is a good opportunity if anybody listening does want specific content to find me, to let me know, and then we'll see what the next video is. Because truly, I don't know. Every 2 weeks or so, I'm trying to do a new home gym related video, but I do not know what's next. So if anybody has any insights and anything they want to see, I'm open to it.
Nice. All right. Well, man, I think I took you a little bit over the time I promised you, so I appreciate your patience.
Oh, you're fine
with us.
Yeah.
I had a good time talking to you, man. This is really, really cool. I hope everybody goes to subscribe to you. I know Carlos subscribed to you because I saw earlier he said,
Hey, we got one.
So there
I
you
love
go.
it.
And man, if I can I appreciate what you do. If I can do anything for you on YouTube or anything like that, just don't hesitate, hit me up, because
Thank you.
everybody is not willing to give up their time like you are to come on the show. And the show isn't a show if I don't have people, to come on and share their expertise and knowledge. So I appreciate you. We keep on getting comments. Nobody wants you to leave, apparently. But I'm looking and I don't see any. I'll allow this one last comment where they said that Keith has more gym than he has house. That's funny right here.
Might be true.
Yeah, and Joey said he loves your channel and he's been a subscriber for a year or so. So I think that's the perfect.
Thank you, Joey. I appreciate that. Yeah, it means a ton to me because I'm not making content to like be a YouTuber or to be well known. Like it's really just to help people.
Yeah.
So hopefully my content is able to do that. And that's awesome. I'm glad you enjoy it.
Yeah, man. Oh, wait, I do want to ask this question. You have this was a comment, and then I saw it actually asked on Instagram as well. And I don't know. You probably have answered it, but I don't know.
So nervous.
No. It's about your the custom weight snack. The custom weight stack.
Oh, the weight stacks. Yeah.
Did you do that? Was that a collaboration with Plate Snacks?
So
or was it somewhere else?
So Plate Stacks printed those for me. If anybody listening somehow doesn't know Plate Stacks, they do decals for weight plates. If you're watching, they're behind me right now. Right. I've got a whole bunch of them. I got donuts on the other side and love them. And I was toying around with the idea of doing a custom weight stack for a while. And then I got a second weight stack now. So I have two of them. So I was like, all right, like I'm decking these out and I'm doing both. So because I have a graphic design background, I was able to put the file together. Mm-hmm. But they helped me. They gave me the exact size, like the template that I needed, which was incredible. I have the Bells of Steel weight stack.
Can you show us the thing, because I don't remember which video it's in, but they look really good. It's the Ninja
I
Turtle
could
one.
move you over there.
Yeah. Cool? Just that'd be a good way to kind of close out and check out these.
All right, it's going to be mirrored. We're going to be mirrored, I think, but I got a Ninja Turtle weight stack and I put it in a video and everybody was on me about the order. So if there are also any other Ninja Turtle fans out there, I am so sorry. These are not in like strength or difficulty order. They were just in order I chose.
I just think it's cool.
I do too. But yeah, most people, at least fans of the Ninja Turtles, were very upset with my order. And then growing up in the 90s and early 2000s, I grew up with Nickelodeon cartoons. So I pulled a character from every show that I enjoyed. There are a couple omissions because
Nice.
there were shows I didn't like.
Yeah.
But that covers most of them from the 90s and
That's
2000s.
dope.
So yeah, so Plate Snacks gave me the template. I was able to put those together, and I have nothing to gain by recommending Plate Snacks, but they were incredible to work with, and the quality, like I am
Yeah.
blown away by those. They're never gonna wear. Like I don't even know what the stickers are made out of, but they are incredible. Like I'm not worried about them scratching up or anything. I love those. But yeah, they can do designs too. I just did my own. They have ones to choose from if you don't have any kind of design background. But yeah, I love that. I like being able to customize my
Nice.
stuff and kind of let my personality shine.
Best-
So
Best
that's
gym in
my
town.
new thing.
Best gym in town. Oh man, I'll let you get out of here because this is never going to stop. I promise you that it is never going to stop if I don't stop it. We already got people talking about Jay wants to get Boys in the Hood for his weight stack with Ricky and Doughboy as the heaviest. And I endorse that. You know, do your thing. Matt, I'm gonna let you get out of here. You better run. I'm telling you, if you don't leave now, you'll never leave. It got you trapped. It's like Michael Corleone. You better get out of here. And seriously, hit me up if you need anything, man. It's good talking to you. And
Thank you so much for having me on. This was a lot of fun. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, man. You take it easy, dude.
All right, have a good one.
All right, man. Later. All right, so that was my guy, Matt Rosenman. You guys did not want him to leave, and I knew this was going to happen because from watching Matt's content, it's awesome. And I knew he was going to be easy to talk to. We're going to have a good vibe, which is huge for this kind of show. So next week, as I told you guys, I can't tell you who's going to be on the show, because the topic that I want to discuss with my guests is something that not everybody's going to want to talk about. So I'm reaching out to see who I can make it happen with. And so I'll just keep you guys posted. Make sure you're following at Garage Gym Life on Threads, because that's where you're going to get the first notification about who my guest is going to be. As of right now, though, thank you guys so much for making another show successful, because it doesn't happen without you guys. So you guys take it easy and have an awesome day.